Hi. Hi. It's Skycat Live. It's 10:35 a.m. on Wednesday, March 13, 2024, PST. And I love you guys. And hi, how are you today? Today I will be playing some Fallout 76 and some EVE Online and some FFXI and some Fortnite and some Immortal. And I hope you guys like it. I hope you guys like what you see. I am all set up and ready to go, so I'm just going to switch over to the small face here and deactivate and say activate. There we go. And there we go. And I am currently singing Tellies. Up in Arms, huh? 60 BST, 60 BSC, BCMM, 60 BST Summit. Can I have it? 1 out of 3. Gulka Wing.
Approaching Stargate.
60 would be good. Up in Arms if I got something good. I don't know. A BCNM, huh?
Approaching Stargate.
Incoming Tal.
Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive.
Incoming party invite.
Okay, we're going to be doing a BCNM. Try to make some money today.
Jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, almost everything here is perfect for a level 60 fight. Got money. I've got tuna sushi and lots of well, before I say anything, let's go look at Up in Arms, because I don't remember. I've done it before, but I don't remember which one it is. I have to go recall. Up in Arms, da-da-da, Living Under the Sea, Fee, it's a sea monk.
Autopilot jumping.
We're looking for something good here. Oh, yeah, this does not drop anything really super good.
Moving to Stargate.
You get an Altep or a Dem Ring, that's cool. I wouldn't mind that. Oxblood. Maybe that sells pretty well, though, huh? Okay. Oh, there's a 0 to 1% chance to Kraken Club. That'd be an endless, something else. I'll have to go buy a 60 orb here. We'll go to port. But what's the strat?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
What's a Babiki seashell? The fuck? Should we just kill it, huh? Yeah, I think we do. So this is in... Yeah, this sounds easy, frankly. I've done this before, I remember this one now. Yeah, but where is it, though? It's in Warune. Warune is in Palbora. Okay, cool. So yeah, we'll go travel to Palbora now. I want that juicy Kraken Club. That'd be... Oh my god. If I got a Kraken Club, you know how fucking lol that would be? That would be insane. That would just be hilarious. Excuse me. This is a 60. Yeah, we're going to take a Moon Orb. Cool. Oh, so how's my supplies? I have Pet Food Delta, a tuna sushi, Pet Food Delta. I have a don't I have a re-raise thing now or something? No, I don't. So whatever. Yeah, I need a re-raise earring because my re-raise earring broke, and those, I don't know how expensive those are. I'll go take a look. I wonder how much damselfly wings are. Fuck it. Why not, you know? How much are damselfly wings? Medicines.
Approaching Stargate.
Icarus wing. 8,000. I don't think it's worth it. So, what else can I get that would help with this? I don't think there's anything else. It's a level 60 cap. I'm going to bring Tiger. I'm going to bring Sheep, just in case. Oh, I don't have Sheep. So I bought the ore, but,
Approaching Stargate.
I forgot to bring Sheep, which I think I have. Don't I have Sheep in the house? I do, yeah. I'm going to grab my stack of Sheep. And that way I'm covered. I have tigers and sheep and whatever else. I even brought I'll even bring a rabbit. I mean, those are kind of low, but, yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking tiger. Going to Palbera Mines. That's a bit of a journey. Okay, so we're grabbing my sheep, just in case I might need it. I've got tuna sushi, I'm all set up. Seems good. Going to select an area, that would be... Lower port. Port Juno... No, I'll go lower, I guess. I'll go to lower and I'll leave. Yep.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate.
You didn't send me. Oh, damn it. You didn't send me. God damn it.
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jumping.
There we go.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Got my orb, right? Yep, got my orb, moon orb.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate.
We'll see about that.
Skill training completed. Autopilot jumping.
I'm not gonna argue with him. We'll see. It's a race. We'll see who's faster.
Warping to station. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping.
Ah, why aren't you wearing my beast boots? Come on now. Ah. Just as I think about buying a helmet.
Approaching station.
Where am I now? I am... Oh, I ran the wrong way. Oh, damn it. Why did I go this way? Stupid. I don't see how that's faster. There's no way that's faster. Watch it, like, I'll pop out and I'm almost, like, already to the zone. You guys have 2 zones to travel.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Docking permission requested.
Do I have an instant warp? I do.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Oh, good.
Autopilot jumping.
I don't know. Ah, the old trick. Forgot.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Docking permission requested. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
It's not faster though. Look, it's not faster. See, I mean, it's not. It's not faster. It's only, well, it's faster if you're not from Bastock, yeah. But I'm faster. See it? I was faster. I got faster. It's not faster though. Someone's farming amethyst. Wow. Oh no, I guess not. No. circle it. Am I going the right fucking way? Can't fucking tell. Yes, I am, yeah. Gonna go pee before this BCNM. I'll be right back. 15,000. I wonder if the Ajari necklace is any good. Kind of doubt it. White Mage Summoner. I guess it is kind of a good White Mage. You know, it's a good White Mage necklace. Actually, don't mind the neck. Usually I hate it. I wonder what that Altep ring is actually worth. Might be 50k, might be actually really good. Yeah, the Ajari necklace, it's okay. Might actually sell. That Mine 6, that's strong. That might be a bit, like almost Abyss necklace for like level 60 white mages, and that might actually sell. That's better than a Holy File. Might be worth, like, you know, might be worth 60k something, maybe. I don't know. I'll have to go look. $15k is very welcome, because now I can do my Utsu Semiichi without, like, feeling like I'm gonna break the bank. I'll go level ninja. Very tranquil music. Oh, it scared me. Come on, big money, big money. I hope he gets it. Come on, I hope he gets it. Come on, come on, come on. Big money, big money. I hope he gets it. Nope. Close. Nice. Gonna do another run, I guess. Hopefully the Oxblood's worth something. I need some money influx, yep. Shit, I could run it up in arms over and over and over and over and over again until I got Kraken Club. This is so easy. Kraken Club would be fun. I love Final Fantasy XI now. It's got the graphics and it's got the vibes and the music and the people and the sociality. It's the MMO I always wanted. It wasn't even this good back in the day. It's never been this good. It's never been this good as Horizon. I don't know why. It's like a coming together of all the servers, best people, to be this Ender's fucking platoon of you know. Like the world's best Final Fantasy players. That's what Horizon is. That's what Horizon is. Yep, mines. Where's the goblin? It's like over here. Oh. God damn it, this stuff was so annoying. Shit, I'm late. I'm always late. I hate this game. It's such a walking sim. And sometimes I suck at the walking sim. I'm just distracted. Walk and walk and walk and walk and walk and walk and walk. Walk, 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 walk some more. Walk some more. Walk for hours. Walk, walk, walk. Oh, you want to go do something? Walk, 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 walk. Walk, walk, walk. Oh, look, he has some more walking to do. No what? Chicken butt. No why? Chicken thigh. No what? Chicken butt. No why? Chicken thigh. Chicken butt. Chicken thigh. No what? Chicken butt. No why? Chicken thigh. Oh my god, this is taking forever. Let me get in this fucking zone. Feel like I'm really behind, even though it's only like 2 minutes or something. I still feel like I kind of screwed these guys out of 2 minutes, and it's annoying. I was doing so good, I was ahead of them there for a bit, till I realized that I forgot to discard my orb. Damn it. I hate this walking. If I had Astral Rings now, I could res people. I need Astral Rings, damn it. My god, I think I would just sell the Kraken Club to pay for all the other gear that I need. And all the other scrolls and everything. Sort of annoying, but I mean, no, I would just run the Kraken Club, because at that point, you could just farm everything. At that point, I would just convert White Mage. I wish my BST could wear this Ajari bead necklace. It's actually good.
Incoming Tal.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't actually look at. Yeah, it'd be fucking nice. Now you can't sell it, so this is not a money BCNM really. It is in a way though. Like two runs for 30K is worth it to me. Shit, did I make the wrong turn here? God damn it. No, I'm okay. There we go. Yeah, Rare X would be dope. I would immediately switch White Mage Ninja and just spend the rest of my career White Mage Ninja. It would be superior to BST anything. I mean, it really would be. White Mage Ninja is superior. It's just fucking crazy. It's got the damage, the healing, and the tank. It's like the ideal. It's better than Pally because it has like 1,000 mana or whatever. 1,500 mana or whatever it is. I forget what it is. And like, yeah, White Mage Ninja with that fucking Rare X Kraken Club. That's the solo. That's like the solo pinnacle, pretty much, in my opinion. Only RDM, like, I'm sorry, not even RDM, no, it would be like Ninja. I think Ninja, Relic Ninja can kind of rival it. There's like a few classes that can do it, but White Mage, Hexa Strike, Kraken Club is fucking really good. I've seen it before. I had a friend on Nozomi. Forget his name now. He was the first blue to cap or something like that. He had that. And hijack, by the way. What's up, Kamari? Shout out to Kamari's very loyal, very loyal community. Good to see him. Good to see him on a Wednesday. May the light bless your day. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Yeah, this will pay for my Utsusemi, which is very good. Yeah, Up in Arms is one I never ran back in the day. We didn't run BCNM 60s. We ran Steam Sprouts and what's the other big one? Treasures and Tribulations. On Fenrir, there was like 2 that I ever heard anybody running. It was like Steam Sprouts and Treasures and Tribs. Steam Sprouts was good. It had that extra item. It was like Survival Belt. And Survival Belt in a race, they were between 275, 675, somewhere between. A race got up to 1.1 million one time on Fenrir. So I didn't spend a lot of points on stuff like this. I like the color of the Kraken. He looks fucking awesome. Come on, big money, big money, big money. Big money, big money, big money. Big money, big money, big money. Ooh! Ooh. I got it! Gonna take a screenshot. I got the Octave Club. In the end, I got my intellect. I got my intellect cave too. I got the Octave Club. I got the Octave Club. Yeah! Bitch, I'm going white mage. Yeah! Yeah, bitch! My shit's on fire lately, let me tell you. Woo! Yeah! Look how beautiful it is. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking smack on all of my classes. All of my classes, all 3 of my classes can use this weapon. It's so badass. Oh my god, boys. Yeah! I'm just stunned. I'm stunned. Oh, I love you guys. You ever need a favor? You ever need a favor? You never need a favor, ask. Yeah! I never ever thought I would have dreamed. I never would have dreamed I would have got this. There's no fucking way. I have an Octave Club. I have an Octave Club. Yeah. Woo! Yeah! Oh man, my shit on Horizon just changed. You know, it's a good positive thing. It's not like it's money. It's just that this is just this. See, Kamari Jack knows he's after this 30 times. I got it on my 2nd try, because I'm a bitch. The RNG never favors me. Something's changed, man. Something's changed in my life where just good things are happening now. I don't know what it is. The energy changed. I let the anger go. Yeah. I can't wear it yet, but oh my god. Oh my god. This changes everything for me. I just had this weird feeling. I took the offer the minute I saw it. I was like, I feel weird about this up in arms that he just offered. It feels opportune because he's 61 and I'm 61 and we're all level 60 and we're all like poor and we're like you know, and he's a BST and I'm a BST and I like this guy. He's a good guy, Galka Wing. And I was like, something special about this run, but I don't know what it is. When he asked to go again, I was like, yeah, I'm going to say yes, I think, because I feel like the energy might change for me, and it did. I can't fucking believe it. I can't fucking believe it. Octave Club, yeah. Octave Club, yeah. Oh, yeah. First try, baby. First try, bitch. Yeah, I got me a Fortnite win last night too. Today, man, I'm on fire today. I'm on fucking fire. I should go I should go to the Native American casino in my neighborhood. I think that'd be like, man, I'm on fucking fire today. I don't know what it is. I think I might pause the stream and take $25 down to the blackjack table and see if I can't make $1,000. If something feels right today. I don't know what it was. I took the up in arms and I was like, something's different this time. And like, oh man, I mean, no, nothing was different. Nothing was different till I got it. Well, I've seen it now. All three of my classes. This is like best in slot weapon for all three of my classes. Do you know how fucking good that is? God damn it! I need a fucking peacock amulet now. I gotta run up in our, what is it? Yeah, UO, under observation. I gotta run, or no, it's UO. Yeah, I gotta run UO now with the rest of my seals. Oh my god, a peacock charm and a fucking 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Octave Club, baby! Woo! That's it. That's it. I'm on fire. I came for an LTEP ring. I know, right? Best I've ever had in my life. Best luck I've ever had in my life, maybe, in terms... I mean, it's a rare X item, but still. Like Kamari said, it's like a fucking 30-run try. He's due now. He's due at 30, I think. Like, Kamari's due. I was not. I caught it just on luck, you know what I'm saying? Excuse me. I can't believe that. Like, kind of flushes me. Jesus. Octave Club, Octave Club, Octave, 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 Octave Club. I got an Octave Club. I came for an LTEP ring. I got one, too. God damn it. Good luck. I hope all three of us get it for some reason. That'd be so sweet. Imagine if this was like the most platinum run in Final Fantasy XI history where just all three of us, for some reason, got Octave Clubs. Imagine that. That's what I want. Fuck the club, right? I want 3 of them, bitch. Fuck the G-Ride. I want the machines that are making them. I mean it too. Fuck the G-Ride. I want these boys to get clubs more than I want me to get a club. Like, I want them to get their clubs. I think that would be so awesome if all 3 of us got our clubs. Why can't we have a world where all 3 of us get the mad loot? You know what I'm saying? Like, Jesus. I got my Kraken Club. I can't believe that. I can't believe I pulled Rare X Kraken Club today. My shit on this server is going to change. I can feel it. They're going to be like, what the fuck? Who's this dude who showed up with Kraken Club? And I'm going to be like, I got Kraken Club. I mean, yeah, I got lucky. I've always wanted that. I've never had it. I've never had a Kraken Club. I've never experienced it before. It makes me want to run some. I know, right? Yeah, but... Yep. Yeah. I know, right? Like, shit, I just never dreamed I would get it. I just wasn't even like, maybe that was the energy of why I got it. I just did not think about it. I didn't hope for it. I was there for the LTEP ring. I even said it in the party chat. I was like, you know, I think this loot is okay. I think this loot's okay for the payout is okay. I want an LTEP ring. It would make my life easier, you know. And because I wasn't shooting for it, I got it. And sometimes luck's like that, I think, sometimes. When you're thinking about it, I think it jades the energy sometimes. I did not hold it in my heart in any way or form. I wasn't thinking about the club. I just narrowed it off of the list. I was like, nope, I want the LTEP ring and anything else that's nice in here, because I have a lot of 60s. I've got Black Mage, White Mage, and BST and all this. And so, yeah, maybe part of the energy was just that I wasn't shooting for the club. I might have gotten just lucky that way. I don't know. It's RNG. It's a fickle bitch. Sometimes it's like this. You always hear those people on fucking Wowhead that talk about how they got Ashes of Alar, like, on their 3rd try, and you're like, fuck you, asshole, liar. And this will be a story. I got it on my 2nd try. It'll be my story. Nobody will believe me, but I did it on stream, you know? I might take a note on my desktop. I got Octave Club on, you know? Well, I don't want to put this guy's run at risk. Oh, God. What's happened here? I can't see my client anymore. Oh, here we go. There we go. I don't want to put this guy's run at risk. Yep. Oops, where's the way out? It's like, oh, yeah. Yeah, like, I never dreamed that, like, I guess, like, I don't know, maybe maybe the curse has faded. It was so bad for 7 fucking years. I have not ever had a drop like this in my life. Not ever. Even my benediction. I didn't get my benediction on my priest. 7 hunters and I think it was like 5 other priests. Got 7 hunters and 5 other priests got their benedictions before I did, and then the expansion just ended. Because I came to raiding late. I did not value it. I wasn't really thinking about it, and so oh, he's waiting for me. I'm so sorry. It's a beautiful club. I'm glad you got to see it, Jack. Fuck yeah, I'm glad I got a witness. Can I get a witness? You know what I'm saying? Can I get a witness? Hells yeah! Can I get a witness? Yeah! Let's exalt to the high heavens for that fucking loot that nobody ever expects that I should have taken me 550 runs to get or whatever. Once in a while, the fucking mana shines from heaven. Can I get a hell yeah? People are going to look at me differently on this server now. They'll be like, what the fuck? This guy just walked past with, like, Octave Club. Yeah, I did. Yeah. It's the best rare X in the game, I think. I mean, I don't know. Maybe, Swift... No, I don't know. Swift Belt? I don't know. There's a few. Or, I'm sorry, Speed Belt. Or, yeah, like, I don't know. Speed Belt, I think, is better than Kraken Club because it affects more jobs, I think. I don't know. It's debatable. Speed Belt's really good. There's a lot of really good ones. I mean, the relics are all really good. There's a lot of really good godly tier items in this game. More so than WoW. This item, I wanted this item for 20 fucking years. You've seen 6. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Rare X. Can hand a bit more of those out. Wow, let's look at the like. I mean, what was the chances of this? It's like, like by rights. If you look at the math here, this could be anywhere from 100 to 300 runs. I mean, like if you look at it like if you think about what 0.7% actually means, if you get the most horrible roll you possibly could, which is what I usually get, you might take, like, literally, I would say 100 at the very, 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 like least, to like more like 300 runs or something before you'll see this drop. But you could see it on the second time, like me. I don't know why I got that lucky. When he said congratulations, I was like, no shot I got the club. There's no way. There's no way. I was just in shock. I was numb. I was like, oh, man, I love you guys. It's that mad loot, you know what I'm saying? It's that mad loot. This is like the coveted item, you know? I've always wanted one. Oh, my God. I'm like, oh, my fucking God. What can I say? It's RNG. I mean, what can I say? You have as much...
Incoming tell.
So I was going to run this like once. This was the one time I was going to run this and I got it too. Well, yeah, what a special moment on my stream. I'll put it in the title tonight. I got Octave Club on FFXI. I'll put it on my channel title tonight. Not channel title, but on my YouTube video. Two times. Everybody's like, fuck this guy. What? Everybody's like, fuck this guy. What? Yeah, 2 times. I don't know. I didn't tell it to drop. It just dropped. I don't know. Fucking A. I can't believe. When I publish my YouTube channel tonight, I'll put it on my chat, or sorry, I'll put it in my title of my video. I got Octave Club today, and you know, why not? It's a special day.
Incoming tell.
This BST is doing a slightly more damage to me than because he's subbing in.
Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau.
Never touched one before. Do not have a Kraken Club, no. I've had a Bard Relic Gallarhorn, and I've had the full Shire set and Claw Crafting to 100 and, you know, a bunch of other stuff. I don't even remember. All that Dyna gear and everything.
Incoming Tau. You're being talked about.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm in shock. I'm a bit shocked. And like that, I step with an Octave Club. I can't believe that. Like, it's just over, and I'm like out with the loot. Oh, yeah. Gotta take a screenshot. Oh, yeah. This is a special day. I'm gonna put it on my desktop. Let's see. Where will this be? It'll be in the... Oh, I don't know. I don't know where to find these. I'll find the screenshot later and I'll put it on my desktop. I don't really care. That's fine. Well, so that was good. Hells yeah. We are doing good there.
Incoming Tau. Incoming tell.
That'll be 3.
Incoming tell.
Yeah. Gonna use my dragon page now, and I'm gonna flag up. I'm gonna flag an XP party now. Wow. And hopefully I get a level. And, oh my god. Yeah.
Incoming tell. Incoming tell. Incoming tell.
These skaters. Oh, you put on the wrong gear again. God damn it, you put on the wrong gear again, you fucking asshole. Ah! Why do you do this to me? These skaters, there we go. Now, I'm going to use,
Incoming tell.
yeah. Got stuff to sell. I guess I'll go do that next, but time to use the dragon page and get a level. I've never, this is the second time I've done this. Where did it go, though? I don't know. Is it storage? Where's this dragon page? Dragon Chronicles, there we go. Okay, let's go use that. Okay, here we go. Come on, level. Or at least close to it. Come on, level. Oh, no, it was only 26.34? I thought it was a lot more than that. No? Oh, no. I thought it was supposed to be a lot more than that. Never mind. I thought it was supposed to be like 15K or something like that, but I guess not. I guess doing the event is, but no, I don't have a dragon page Shit, I got a level, but that's okay. A level and a half isn't that bad. That's a few days, but gives me something to look forward to. So finally, I am focused off of this, and I will begin the other stuff that I was doing. We are selling some ice for 100 million. Oops. Nice, yeah. Ice is going up. It's sweet. Yeah, it's like 10 million more than I'm used to. It's like up by 10% or something like that. Hells yeah, that's good. So then, so that's more money than I'm getting. Nice. I am an ice farmer. In my main, it went up by 10%, which is so good. Okay, compressed icicle, another 86 mil worth. Oops, yeah, you can only give me that. Okay, that's okay. Yep, and then, yep, go. Okay, we're just going to double check. Good, good. Empty, empty, empty. We're going back to the public refinery. Sync up both characters. Back to the public refinery, which is like locations. Public refinery. Yeah. Got me an Octave Club. Yeah. Woo. So let's see. Yeah, I don't think I need to put anything away, actually. No. Yeah, and we'll depart with these characters. Undock and go. Undock and go. Octave Club Day. I got an Octave Club Day today. What a good video. I will individually wrap the first video session of today as FFX Horizon, Up in Arms, Kraken Club drop, and I will put it on my channel, try and get hits. You know what I'm saying? Fun as hell. And maybe I could pull some hits off the Octave Club. Why not? You know? I don't know. Okay, so, I don't know why I'm here. I don't remember. It's like, oh yeah, all the events and stuff I was doing is done, so. Scourge Horde, the forest section sounds fun. Yeah, take me to that. Did y'all do... No, yes.
Incoming Tau.
Yep.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate.
Oh, yeah.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping.
Incoming TAL.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching
Incoming TAL.
Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Incoming TAL.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
6,500. I'm keeping it. Philomath Stole is not worth anything at all. Damn it. But I like it. I'm gonna keep it. Yeah, necklace and the people have been running. All that loot is worthless. Wow. All that loot's worthless. All that loot's worthless. Wow. I was hoping for money. Oh well. Oh well. That's okay. Hey, there's the money. Right on. Oh wow, it's 100K. Wait, Oxblood's worth. Yeah, Oxblood is worth something. Yeah, that's right. Cool. Okay, so let's devalue this.
Approaching Stargate.
I'm selling for 12.1, boys. You can have it. No, I'm not gonna do that. No, I'll do 13.1. No. I won't fuck these people. It's fine. Yeah. Yes, I will. I don't care. 13.1. I don't care.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I want my money, and I think this is too much money for this anyways. Wow, those are cheaper than I thought.
Autopilot jumping.
They're also higher level than I thought, which is annoying.
Incoming TAL.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Warping to Stargate.
I don't have the time to look this shit up. I just don't. I don't care. You know? But yeah, that's a good tip. Thank you. I want the money now so I can go buy Utsusemi. Ooh, 13.5.
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive approaching Stargate.
That was goldsmithing, right? Oh no, that's not a gem. What is it? Is it alchemy? It is alchemy. Yeah, it's oxblood. Yeah. I think. No. I guess that must be. What is that? It's oxblood would be. Alchemy 2? No, no. I don't think so. No, I don't know what that is. Maybe it's smithing. Maybe it's an ingot.
Autopilot
God damn it.
jumping.
What is oxblood? I can't remember. It's like,
Approaching Stargate.
Oxblood is a
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
bone craft. I wouldn't have remembered. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, oxbloods. How much you want for those? 165. If I could get it for 160 divided by 12. What's the math on that?
Autopilot jumping.
160 divided by 12 is 13.3.
To Stargate. Warp drive active.
So let's go into the oxblood market for a minute. Oh no, I don't have this kind of money. Never mind. I don't have that kind of money. Sorry, never mind. I'm totally tripping. I'm totally broke because I gave all my shit away. 14K. Yeah, no. But if I could get him for 13. I mean, no. Yeah, I didn't think so. I was just double checking. You know, just double checking. I don't want to post all this shit, but I mean, I guess it will sell. I guess. Yeah, it's fine. No. I think I'll vendor all of that, I think. It's stupid, but I think I probably will. I don't know. What are the black pearls worth? Those sound like a little bit better, maybe. What are those? Maybe I will. It's stupid to erase it off of the server. I think the goldsmithers would rather that I sold it, so I'm going to sell it. It's fine. It's fine. I don't care if it takes forever.
Autopilot jumping.
Waste of fucking time.
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I can't carry these. They're too cheap, and I can't, like, I like them, but I can't even use them yet, so I'm just gonna sell them. Give me the 10 grand. I'd rather have that. Oh, here's some money. That's good. I don't want to hold these for 5 levels. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, I mean, I want the Altep ring. Actually, oh no, the Dem ring. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but nah. Yeah, I can see it. It's like its own cheap form of Kraken Club, but I mean the level on it is worthless to me, so I'm just gonna sell it. I don't need it past like a certain level. That's fine. I don't need this. I thought I did, but I don't. Circle it. Yeah, that'll have to vendor. And then yeah, this thing for there we go. Ice
Approaching
crystals.
Stargate.
Circlets.
Approaching Stargate.
Okay, good, and that's all the stupid items out of the way. I have to buy... Ooh, that was an influx of money I wasn't expecting. That's fucking sweet. So, I have to buy, 3 stacks of zinc ore. Yeah, I don't know. No, I'm sorry. What is this? It's like, um,
Autopilot jumping.
in Bastok, you can turn zinc ore for,
Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
9 stacks. We're gonna buy 10. Oh, cheaper than I thought, huh? Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 stacks of zinc ore. Let's go to Bastok. I can pause here and play other games. Did I get to my target? No, I'm still autopiloting. Let's see. The next, find the source of the Scorched Horde. Okay, we'll go to Lady Janet's soft serve. I've never been there before, I don't think. See if I get lucky and pop the horde on the first try. I doubt it. Nice, like a level.
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Ooh, look at all that beer. It's a king's ransom and beer during the apocalypse. This shit is like pure gold, you know what I'm saying? Oh, look at all that beer. Oh, it's bottles. Never mind. Damn it. Why couldn't it have been beer? Beer has good buffs. That'll make you fucking suck somebody pretty hard. You know what I'm saying? Damn it.
Approaching Stargate.
Oxblood, or not Oxblood, but Octave Club. Alright, so now I go back to Bastok and I turn into this dude guy who's in Talib. He's in Port Bastok and F6, yeah, in the, okay. That works for me. Let us see. We are doing Gustaberg.
Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping.
Today I will level Ninja. Which I really don't want to fucking do, but I know that the people in the parties are looking at me and being like, look at this gimp douchebag.
Active.
Fucking look at this gimp douchebag. He has the gall to show up in this party with one axe and a white mage sub. And he uses the white mage sub, but he sucks at damage or whatever. I won't suck at damage anymore past level 63. I'm not going to suck at damage anymore. I'll be pulling all the hate, trying to heal myself. Yeah, I'm subbed white mage because I pull hate all the time. I need constant blink and constant stone skinner. There's no cooldowns on those. You know, yeah, I think I am gonna sub white mage. I need to get astral rings. I'm gonna go full mana on my BST, just full mana gear and a Kraken club, right? And then I have like 200 mana, right? And I just heal myself while I pull hate all the time. And I'm like basically a paladin. Pulls hate with fucking Hexa Strike. It's gonna be so sweet. It's gonna be so fucking sweet. Yes. It's a good day. 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 I can't believe I like, man, I just was not thinking about it. I was not thinking about it. I love getting lucky. Get lucky.
Autopilot jumping.
She's up all night to get fun. I'm up all night to get some. I'm up all night to get lucky. I'm up all night to get lucky. I'm up all night to get lucky. I'm up all night to get lucky.
Warp drive active.
She's up all night to get some. I'm up all night to get some. I'm up all night to have fun. I'm up all night to get lucky. I'm up all night to get lucky. Yes. Yes. I got a good win last night on Fortnite too. I've been fortuitous of late. Everything's coming up, Skycat. Oh, wait. I went the wrong way. God damn it.
Approaching station.
Right? Yeah, I think so. Panty shot. Anyways, yeah, let us go about this place and look for what else you have. Wait, that is an explosives crate, or a wooden crate, yeah. Really? I was not that close. So stupid. This wasn't it. Yeah, spawn me here.
Docking request accepted.
Put some lotion on my face and it feels all oily, but it helped. Definitely helped my irritation. I had irritated face. Sormu Champagne Burn Party. Do you need a summoner? 39. Decent M60 AA 4 out of 7. Yeah, I'm going north, huh? Yeah. Why did I go to the auction house? What a waste of time that was. Fofo has fallen as a hardcore adventure while playing as a 66 BST with a playtime of 833 hours. God damn. I want to do hardcore BST. I think that would be so fun. Solo self-found. Solo self-found hardcore BST would be so fun. You take it so seriously, not AFK all the time, and come back dead and scream in anger. You know? Like I did in WoW hardcore.
Warping to station.
Did I go to the right place? Yeah, I'm going to the right place, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I went to the right place. I think. What's this guy's name? It's like Talib.
Approaching station.
To leave, beating the Galka, shady business, so to give as much as I get water for the turf, and so the product is a rich and short of fame. Taught to leave, does good toasting wants 4 more zinc ore. She's cute. Oops. Oh, this is always death.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Wait, do you have to do some stupid quest? Oh. Wait, what? Oh, stupid fetch quest. Stupid fetch quest. Let's see. What's faster? Is it east? I don't know. That's a lot of walking. But so is that, so whatever. Excuse me. So, oh, I want some Canada Dry. I love this music. Okay, so yeah, I died, huh? Yeah, I did. Oops. 5152, BCNM 66, aiming bracelets. Damn it, I need a peacock charm. High Wind Sandy coming up in 10. I haven't done High Wind yet. Do I have to go to Sandy? Which I could do, but I want to go turn this quest in real quick. I don't think I'm ready. I have all this other stuff I've got to do. Wait, it might have been better to go the other way, but oh well, that's fine. Oh, he is in that room? Yes. Wait. How is that right? Oh, is he downstairs? He's downstairs. Oops. Bronze knife. Okay, now I can go turn in zinc ore. Ooh, Gugosaurus for 11k. That's pretty good. Let me get my fishing up. Walk, 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 walk. Waka waka. You're so slow. Let's go. Okay, so I have all of this stuff now. Very good. And we both have a load. Giggity. And then we're going to leave. Oops. You're good, right? Yep. And we'll go make another 200 million. I don't think my ship voice is up enough as it is.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive autopilot disabled. No waypoint set. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
That guy's got a speed belt. God damn.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jumping. Warp drive active into Stargate. Warp drive active.
I doubled him with a nade. Ah! Oh, you fucked me up. No, 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 no. Run. I can't do anything. You're fucking me up. You're fucking me up. You're fucking me up. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. Stop, stop, stop.
Approaching
Oh.
Stargate.
I don't know what that was, but...
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Did I get it?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Ooh! Oh, it's... Oh, yeah, it's way, way better. Fuck yes. Alright. Big, big upgrade. That was like 4 times the armor.
Approaching Stargate.
Give her sleep. She's a tired girl. She just killed like 65 goddamn zombies in fucking full-blown 2-shot combat or whatever and didn't die. She deserves a good nap. You know? Been a busy day for her. Maybe she jill off a little bit and, you know, give herself a bath or something.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh yeah. Wait. Is he? Yeah. Is he? What's his name again? It's like shit. So oh yeah, to leave downstairs. Yeah.
Autopilot jump.
Oops. Did you get it? Did you get the buff? I don't know. Just go back down again. It's downstairs, is it? Yeah. Oh yeah. Here we go.
Stargate. Warp drive active.
Chunks of zinc ore. Yeah, here we go. Here goes the busy work. The bronze knife makes it worse. Whatever. Oh, I'm gonna get money for this? Oh, never mind. It's like so easy. Yeah, whatever. Ah.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Damn it.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
No, it was worth the nade. Ooh, I got a Scout's Life 1. What's it do? Rat ingestion. 30%.
Stargate. Warp drive.
I don't understand what rat ingestion is, but cool. Magazines are always welcome. I like collecting magazines. Oh, I have a level. So what have I been doing? I upgraded for speed. So that when I got hurt, I'm upgrading for speed for when I get hurt. Oh, there's science. I have science now. That's very good. I was trying to get.
Approaching Stargate.
It's Dead Man Sprinting. No, I already bought that one. Okay, good. So, and we have Action Girl, which is action points, but like I don't really need that. I don't need that. But let's see what we have for luck. Junk Shield, Luck of the Draw, Pharma, Psychopath. Any kill in VATS, huh? Psychopath sounds pretty fun. Might work into that one. But I think science is actually more along the lines of what I'm trying to do.
Approaching Stargate.
I think. You keep going back to the wrong one.
Autopilot jumping.
I want this one.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate.
Nice. Yay, rank 49. I got V-Bucks for that. V-Bucks are always good, you know? Or whatever the fuck you want to call them. You know, the money for the store. It's always worth it. They sell good shit sometimes.
Jumping.
Oh. Oh. Okay, there we go.
Warp drive active.
Now.
Autopilot jumping.
Ah. Ooh, good stuff.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
They want me to find this, but they're not, like, giving me any hints or anything. And it, like, sucks. I don't know what it is they want me to do. I don't want to read their minds. So I'm just gonna let this one go. I don't know. I have no idea what they want me to do. I'm not gonna fucking try and figure out what they want me to do. I'm not doing that. So let's go look at the other dailies. Trostos, Showline. Talk to the Hemlock Holes cook. Go to Hemlock Holes.
Stargate.
Okay, let's hand in some more of these zinc ores.
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jump to Stargate. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate.
Okay, hopefully that's enough. Now I think I go back to Norg But let us go look at the Utsusemi Ichi quest.
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate.
Silver beast coin. Fuck. Yeah, I was gonna take the thing out, which I guess I can do by going this direction south. Yeah, I'll go south. I was gonna go east, but I guess I'll go south out of here, and we'll go buy a silver beast coin. Oh, how I don't want to level ninja. I put it off for so long. I thought I could get away with it, but I can't. It's so annoying. I mean, I could show up, but then I would have to push hard for, like, COP all the way through to, well, not all the way through, but just, like, I have to finish Promethean Dam, I guess, and then I could go get the gaudy harness, and subbing White Mage should be a little bit more acceptable, and also astral rings. But I mean, I don't know. Getting astral rings is a whole nother fucking thing. I could just run up in arms a lot, because I'm noticing that each run actually gave like 40k or something, and that's actually pretty good. I have to unlock Sky. I don't want to do that. There's all this stupid shit that I really don't want to do just so I can level. I'd rather just solo, I think. I don't know. I'll level until they say I can't, or whatever.
Warping to station. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, now I'm going to... Oh, I have to buy a silver beast coin. Yeah, I do. So, I went to the wrong place, but that's okay. I came pretty close.
Approaching station.
I had idiot's own luck with this. I can't believe I pulled that club.
Approaching Stargate.
What am I trying to do? I'm trying to buy a silver beast coin.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Oh, good, I'm in a Mar.
Docking request accepted.
Okay, so now we're in a Mar.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
No, wait, I can't do that. I really can't do any of these changes, actually. The blurriness didn't go away. Yep, see? And that's all I can do right here. Really. Yeah, like, I want it on performance, actually. I want to keep it that way. Yep, drop all of it. Low. Low. Yep, there we go. Okay, we're gonna make some sales. Mining hole. Item hangers. Okay, and mining hole compressed. Oh.
Docking permission requested.
Yep, I'm at a Mar.
Requested.
So fucking cool. Looks a lot better when I'm not running 3 clients, but yeah. 76 can be kind of intensive.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
He wants Radstag meat. Yaguai Declaw. Cool, this is a Declaw fight. Oh no, it's just a turn-in. Never mind, I don't care about this. So... Yeah, and then all I have to do is get meat, and eventually I probably will get that, so... I don't know. I want, nice. Here's another 100 mil. 400 million today. 400, well, it was like less than that. 360, something like that. I think it was like 360. Yep. And there we go. Okay, cool. Yep, just sell it. I don't really need to. Well, wait. I want you to keep that. in there, but the rest of this, yeah, and good, and yeah, so cool. And now we're going back. Okay, now we're going back. Oh, wait. I didn't check to see if my Master at Arms is good. 8 hours, yeah. I mean, I guess I'm here, and I probably might not actually be back here again.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I think I will carry a Master with me each, because I'll want it. Yep. Oh, they're getting cheaper by the day. Look, it's beautiful, beautiful. I kind of want to put buy orders up, honestly. Yep, I'll buy one each. Yep. It will bring we'll bring back a nice cerebral accelerator with us too, yeah, on each account. Okay, there we got a Master at Arms cerebral on each one. Can't use them. Can't put them in my head yet, but I don't suspect any mischief or problems here. I don't suspect any problems. So there we go. Yeah, and
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
damn, you guys went down bitch fast. You know what I'm saying? You bit the floor faster than I can fucking say it. Like all fucking 7 of you or whatever.
Pilot jumping.
What? Ah! Oh.
To Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping.
The hell was that? The hell was that about? Okay. I love this game. It always throws like crazy shit at you sometimes. Crazy, crazy things that no MMORPG I ever can think of ever does as crazy as this. Maybe EVE Online could do it.
Approaching
I've seen Sequarium get kind of crazy in FFXI. Like you know, occasionally you will see other games get this crazy, but I don't know about like action-wise. Action-wise, the crazy shit that happens in 76 is actually really diverse and nuts. Happens all the time. What? Oh, damn it. Where'd you come from? You were like on top of me instantly.
Approaching Stargate.
Something about 76 mobs. They always disappear when you get back. But oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh.
Stargate. Active.
Annoying. It is that stupid ass like zombie shooting something. Yeah, I can like leave this place, can I? I can like warp to my camp and stuff. Cool. I'm done here. Okay, so did I get a silver beast coin? Yes, I did. Oh, what happened here? Oh.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, it was a good,
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive
I love how wacky this game can get. The hell is this? A diseased honey beast? The hell? Well, he was good loot.
Autopilot jump.
Oh,
Warp drive active.
honey beast. Ah!
Approaching Stargate.
Well, I got him. I was like, alright, you can't have me. You know, not without dying anyways. It's so annoying. Pull out the missile launcher, damn it. Oh, okay. Let's go get my body. Gonna wait. And now I go to Kazam. Wait, what's that sound? Ah! Who else wants some?
Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Wait, I didn't get my body. Where is it? It's like... Stupid honey beast. Jesus, that's like so much loot. Put it all away. Yeah, that's like so much loot. Some ungodly like amount of like 5 hours of loot or something. Kind of scary to lose it. Fuck, they're all inside. Yeah, except for that one. Go back to the survival tent and go back to the northern one. I gotta go now to Nord, which means going up the
Approaching
outpost teleport, which I think is faster to do if I go switch jobs than it is to go to the top of Comrade. Comrade's such a pain in the fucking ass. I wish they would change it. Comrade sucks so bad to get to. So annoying. I could just go... I mean, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's easier. It's like easier to do this than climb Comrade and do the elevator and all that. I'd rather just warp. Yeah, I'd rather just warp and switch jobs. I don't know. Is that easier? I think it is. I think it is easier. I'll just go here, switch jobs, teleport to Juno. Then I can go outpost warp to Highlands. Or whatever it is. You know, Shelshimo. So, I want to change jobs. White mage, black mage, white mage. And I want to go back. I want to say warp.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yeah, that's a lot easier than going all the way to Comrade. I hate Comrade. I don't think I want to go to Comrade anymore if I can't help it. It's so annoying. Some money, that's good. I'm up at 160. I need to consider a better headpiece now that I have this kind of money. As well as maybe a second... yeah, I know what I'm going to spend this money on. It's like it's an 80,000 gil axe called the... where is it? It's like or no, I guess... Well, yeah, I don't need a second... I guess I don't need a second Viking axe. I could use the AF axe. That's fine. Because I have the Octo Club. Wow. And... Oh, I didn't change jobs, though. Oops. I'll go get Ususemi, level ninja to 37. That'll be some, like, weeks. That'll be probably, like, 2 weeks or something. But I will level ninja here. I will tank for a while on ninja. And I'll just set up to do it for a while. I'll buy a stack. I know. I'll buy a stack of Shihei with this money is what I'll do. And I'll level ninja. Because that shit's going to be expensive. Whatever it is. 27, 30K. Gotta change jobs.
Warp drive active.
I'm going Beastmaster, White Mage. I could do Promi Dem and just go do all that. I could go get a Gaudy Harness and stay BST White Mage, but it's probably better to just level Ninja so like nobody says anything. And when I'm in a party, I'll use Ninja Sub. It's fine. I just really resent Ninja Sub. I don't particularly like it. I don't know where my XP ring is, which is kind of bothering me a little bit. Do I have an instant warp scroll? No. I'll have to fix both those things. And I have a lot of other sort of pointless stuff here, too, that I need to put away. Oh, the music in here is good.
Approaching Stargate.
For some reason. What the hell? Why is the music in here so good? It's just more Enon Zur. I guess these guys have their own theme, is what it is.
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jumping. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Yeah.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
There was a cryolator in that safe. I think this is actually a really good gun. It is a really good gun. Yeah, level 35 cryolator. I'll be messing with that, definitely. Alright.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I'm science this run. I have a level. That's good. So finally, we can do into science. Or no, I guess it's gunsmith, actually. Yeah, it's gunsmith before science. I think, actually. It's annoying, but it's true. Or I don't know. Yeah, I think it is guns. No, it's science, right? It's like level C. craft energy, but see, gunsmith is like, yeah. Oh, there's only 2 levels in science. I might as well get them. Fuck it.
Approaching Stargate jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Jumping.
Damn it. You always mess with my legs for some reason.
Warp
So
drive
annoying.
active.
So...
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station.
I don't have
Drive
uplands.
active.
Do we own it? I should maybe go get that. I like that OP. I use it a lot. Who owns uplands right now? Damn. Alright.
Autopilot jumping. Approaching station. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
You're high enough, really, to aggro a level 61. You were a level 45. Why did you aggro something 16 levels higher? That seems, I guess, okay. Whatever. We'll stomp you in. That's fine.
Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Ours didn't pop, but this guy, I think I don't mind this one, kind of. I don't think I want to go anywhere, so I think I'll probably let it go for now. And I'll drop her off. Well, I'll just drop Eve out of the rotation for right now. And keep it FFXI and Fallout 76. Wait. Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god. Went the wrong fucking way. I want a peacock amulet really bad. I'm sick of my accuracy. I think I'll probably run that next, like UO over and over and over again. But, I don't know. Horizon Forbidden West is coming. I'm gonna beat the shit out of that game on Steam. That's gonna be fun.
Incoming Tal.
Oh, the good timing. Yes, please.
Incoming party invite.
I need to figure out where my fucking ring is. I'm just gonna get to Norg and hopefully start the quest at least. Ooh, I like that. Cape Tarigan Beach, huh? Okay. Cape Tarigan Beach. Gotta get my ring. Gotta go change jobs again. I didn't know I was gonna get an invite. Easier to run to Norg than back to the outpost. Outpost might have been faster. I don't know. I was hoping to grab the quest, but honestly, I'll have to come back either way, so it's fine. Oh my god, did I go the right way? I think I did. I don't know. Motherfucker, I'm late now. Like, now, I thought I went the right way, but maybe not. Oops. Wait, did I do this wrong? I don't know. Oh yeah, there's like a question mark here. I'm just gonna instant warp. Fuck it.
Incoming emote.
Ew. Oh, I need my ring. Where's my fucking ring? I did something with it and now I can't find it. There it is, there it is. Okay, and then, do I have enough pets? Not really, so I'll pull some out. Fuck, I'm kind of low on tigers. I'll have to buy more. That's okay. Oh, I've got to buy tigers. Shit. I'm not going to keep this. I need a damn warp cudgel. That might actually be a better thing to buy than an instant warp scroll, really, because you can make more money off that conquest, but really, I don't know what else the conquest is for. Really, I'm just going to use it for teleports. That sound is so annoying. I want to get away from it. I don't understand what they want me to do here. Oh, talk to Maggie or whatever. Talk to Ward. Talk to Maggie about Monogamine. Okay, talk to Maggie about Monogamine. Okay. Anyways, trying to... Oops, went too far. Go back. Excuse me. My throat's a bit sore today. It's annoying. Devil Manta. Toreador's rings. I wonder if they're. I wonder how expensive those are. Gonna go pee while I wait. Okay, sorry about that. Oh my god, Octave Club BSC is gonna be so funny. Oh my god. It's gonna be so awesome. Sorry.
Your skill has increased.
This guy lost his hardcore in my party. Now we have to wait like 20 fucking minutes or something. That guy losing his hardcore character totally harshed my vibe. I was like having so much fun and... This was so much fun. I got that Octave Club and... Somebody destroys Nico. Oh, it's Umpavilio.
Dragon's Dogma 2 class system, also known as Vocations, lets you choose between 10 different archetypes that define how your character plays as you fight and explore the game's massive world. From the starting vocations,
I never would enter a
mage,
party.
the more complex
Like,
roles
frankly,
and
this guy lost his hardcore character in our party, and I felt so bad. And on top of it, that's kind of selfish. That's, like, selfish on the party that you chose to be hardcore. You came to the party, and you got insta-jipped by a mob somehow that none of us could control, really. So then that's, like, and I'm not saying, like, it's his fault. I'm just saying that's the etiquette of it, though, is, like the etiquette of it though is like oh, here I'm gonna run my Kiraga here. Actually, I think I'm a bit early. I'm just gonna wait. Yeah, I don't want to do it yet. I'll do it in a minute. Did he aggro? No, he just... Yeah, here, like, yeah, the 284. Goddamn, Ripper Fang. I'm not getting up. Fuck that. I'm gonna try and help heal this party. Fuck that. So, like, he harshed my vibe, but he shouldn't have ever gotten in a party in the first place.
Spear hand, there's lots to take into account when selecting a vocation for your character or for your pawns.
I like him, but
returning options from the original Dragon's Dogma, this guide will attempt to make your choice that much easier and answer the question, which is the right vocation for you. Now, at the start of the game, Dragon's Dogma 2 lets you choose between 4 basic vocations, with the remaining 6 being unlocked through more special means later on. This includes from the traditional RPG playstyles and will have different strengths and weaknesses when it comes to combat. Let's get started with the Fighter. The Fighter is a well-rounded option that can play both offensively and defensively for those who enjoy a heads-on melee approach. The Fighter vocation excels in close-range melee combat, wielding a one-handed sword in one hand and the shield in the other. Fighters can slice through enemy ranks and deliver powerful blows while also using their shields to protect themselves and their allies in combat. Even though they can fit a more frontline tank role, that doesn't mean that the fighter can't deal some serious damage. In the previous Dragon's Dogma game, fighters using one-handed swords could deliver devastating blows using abilities such as the Sword Aerial Heavy Attack or the Dire Onslaught Light Combo Chain. Wielding shields natively also means that they get access to various blunt attacks that can break through enemy defenses and even reflect blows back to their faces when performing perfect parries. So learning enemy attack patterns and anticipating hits can make all the difference when following up with a perfect shield block at the right moment. From the gameplay we had so far, it seems fighters will get many returning skills from the previous game, but it's also possible it will include some new mechanics, just like how many other vocations will as well. However, the biggest downside to the fighter is its rather limited attack range, with flying enemies notoriously being the fighter's biggest weakness in the previous game. Even though previously it used to have charge-like attacks acting as gap closers, it still needed to be in the enemy's face to truly be effective. It's also not the most flashy archetype either, so for those who want something with a bit more flair, there are other options to choose from later on. This brings us to the Mage. Being a long-range class wielding a staff, the Mage can channel the power of magic to cast both offensive, defensive, and even support spells for its party. Mages offer a multitude of ways in their approach to combat. The more advanced and powerful the magic is, the longer the incantation time will be. And as a mage, you will experience the strategic excitement of deftly executing your magic abilities. What's great about mages is their ability to cast different elemental spells on the fly, such as ice spikes, fireballs, and even calling down the power of lightning, making them a very adaptable class. Perhaps its biggest use comes from its ability to enchant their party members' weapons with different elemental boons, providing additional damage effects for the fight ahead. Early on, this source of extra damage can be of tremendous help when exploiting enemy weaknesses, but in the previous game, these enchantments could also change the way certain mage skills worked, such as the focus shot gaining different effects depending on the elemental boon active. Now, mages used to also be the only healing vocation, making them incredibly valuable to have in any party setup, an ability it seems that they continue to retain in Dragon's Dogma 2. Now, on the downside, mages can suffer from weak defenses against melee enemies, which is why positioning is the key to your survival, and you'll generally want to stay back from the front lines anyway. Also, having such a high skill flexibility early on can make it a potentially more complex vocation to master. Luckily, pawns can also be designated mages, so if you don't want to bother with all of this, you can just designate this to a pawn and choose a different class for your character. This brings us to the Thief. The Thief is your typical nimble,
I'm going
close-range
mage.
melee assassin. It's capable of attacking with deadly speed, dealing rapid and consecutive strikes with daggers in both hands, while exhibiting outstanding mobility. While the per hit damage might be lower compared to other vocations, the Thief more than makes up for it with its much higher attack speed. Thieves quickly step away after striking, exploiting openings to cling onto enemies, and inflicting heavy damage. This ability to swiftly moving in and out of enemies' range makes them a difficult target to pin down if played properly. A core mechanic of this vocation is its ability to grab onto foes, clinging on them and then giving them the upper hand against single target boss encounters. In fact, in the previous game, Strider equivalent excelled in single target scenario, though it did suffer from a lack of proper AoE. So in Dragon's Dogma 2, the Thief also seems to exhibit some of these very interesting abilities, plus a bunch of nuance. This includes a very strong counterattack that can be pulled off when reacting at the right moment against an incoming attack. They can also imbue their own daggers with the fire elemental, making them less reliant on mages compared to some of the other vocations. And they also follow a similar theme to the Strider from before, Thieves of course being able to attach explosive fireworks to their targets and even detonating them on demand, leaving their targets stunned and disoriented. As far as weaknesses go, this vocation doesn't have the defensive capabilities of other classes such as Fighter, so you'll have to be more careful how you position yourself in combat. It's also likely that, just like the Strider from before, the Thief will lack proper AoE attacks, making them less efficient against one versus all encounters. This brings us to the fourth and final base vocation, the Archer. For all of those who prefer long distance combat but want to be a lot more nimble than a mage, we have the Archer, another ranged vocation specializing in long range physical attacks using primarily a bow and arrows. They perform their attacks from afar and can even target enemies in high positions. In addition to this, they are also essential in supporting the front lines. For example, by targeting enemy weaknesses, they can create opportunities for your allies to strike. In some of the gameplay footage, we've seen them using a very powerful long-winded charge shot that has the power to completely bring down even the largest enemies to its knees, creating the perfect opening for your allies to move in. As they level, archers also gain access to skills which allow you to shoot arrows more quickly or even to fire multiple arrows at once. This can be especially helpful when delivering elemental damage to exploit enemies' weaknesses or using explosive arrows to take down entire groups. Besides this, being an offshoot of the Strider just like the Thief, they also get skills to improve mobility, allowing you to disengage and put some extra distance between you and your attacker. It's also very likely that this extra mobility, just like in the case of the Thief, could come into play in unique ways now that Dragon's Dogma 2 features extended environmental interactions. So cool trick shots and other shenanigans may be perfectly suited for the Archer. As far as weaknesses go, it's mostly defense related, as this is still a slightly more squishy vocation that needs to be careful about positioning. Also, its weapon usage might be slightly limited given its choice of bows, which is why the Archer might not be the best choice if you want to exclusively focus on melee range. But let's move over to advanced classes, and there's one thing we have to specify about them, and that is the fact that in Dragon's Dogma 2, the way you unlock at least some of the advanced classes is not done by leveling up the base vocations. Instead, it's done via quests that deepen your relationships with various vocation masters. You will find this in different towns and cities, and this will of course start with you finding the weapons of advanced vocations and then bringing them back to the vocation masters. They can also grant special tomes that teach skills of the highest order, so-called Master's Teachings, which are supposed to be some of the strongest in the entire game. So let's talk about some of these advanced vocations, starting with the first one. Mystic Spearhand is a brand new hybrid vocation added in Dragon's Dogma 2, one fully available only to the Arisen, meaning that you can't have pawns using it. It somewhat resembles the previous game's Mystic Knight, however it includes lots of unique mechanics. Being a hybrid, it specializes in both melee and magical attacks, making it one of the few vocations effective at any range. It can use melee attacks, can quickly dash to any target, even use ranged magical spells, and has plenty of CC via paralyzed mechanics. As its name implies, the Mystic Spearhand uses its main weapon called the Duo Spear to adeptly overwhelm its enemies with flurry of attacks, effectively being able to hit multiple targets at the same time. One of its most interesting skills, however, is its ability to stun a group of targets with a magical debuff and then following with a spear combo that quickly teleports between and hits each effective target, all while an after image continues to provide additional hits and damage. As you level up the vocation, it also gains various spells capable to paralyze enemies. Its incredible access to crowd control mechanics also extends to single target bosses, as the Mystic Spearhand can swiftly jump towards enemies even once flying further away, something that normally other melee classes have difficulty with. But we've seen it wielding the power to manipulate the corpses of their fallen enemies and effectively turning them into useful projectiles in combat. For a melee vocation, Mystic Spearhand is definitely a flashy one, and no doubt something to try out if you prefer this style of very artistic
Your skill
and
has
visually appealing
increased.
combat. Not many downsides to think of here, except maybe some dual spear attacks seemingly locking you in animations, so careful planning of your strongest attacks and positioning during the enemy stun phase might be important. Also, having the capacity to switch between targets so easily while also providing ample CC means you'll have to do the heavy lifting in fights to ensure that other party members have ample time to follow up with their own abilities. We also have a ranged counterpart to this, well, somewhat. It's called the Magic Archer. Available only to the Arisen, the Magic Archer vocation excels in long-range combat with their magical arrows. In addition to attacking or healing, Magic Archers are also adept at supporting their allies in combat. They can learn a custom skill that unleashes a devastating attack over a wide area in exchange for reducing their own maximum HP. In the previous game, they used to be an insanely strong option with incredible versatility, having access to bows, daggers, and even staves. This meant they were extremely adaptable, providing incredible damage, party support, but also lots of crowd control mechanics. In Dragon's Dogma 2, Magic Archers seem to continue this role of being very specialized into dealing damage with pure magic arrows. In fact, its biggest draw comes from its ability to use these magic arrows as far more superior options compared to the regular physical ones. They also home in on targets, effectively letting arrows to continuously hit the same target in its weak spots over and over, or hit multiple smaller targets in a larger area. Having the option to choose between different elemental arrows really enables this vocation to target specific enemy weaknesses and taking them down much quicker. We've also seen Magic Archers using an arrow shot capable of resurrecting targets from afar, a long-range spell that no doubt can be extremely useful. Previously, this vocation could also buff party members, similarly using their magical arrows, so fully expecting that to carry over to Dragon's Dogma 2. It's hard to pin down any weaknesses for the Magic Archer given how strong it already is, but it's good to know that this can be a bit more high risk, high reward than other classes given how some of its strongest attacks can reduce HP. Additionally, positioning is another key factor here, as well as knowing how to make use of different elements to exploit enemy weaknesses while providing crowd control to create openings. Situational awareness also becomes important as you have the power to resurrect and even buff fallen party members in combat, so something to keep an eye out for. This brings us to the 7th vocation, which is the Sorcerer. Now the Sorcerer is a vocation completely specializing in various devastating, high burst but also long cast magic attacks. Their spells are conjured with both hands through a large staff and can change the tide of battle at any given opportunity. As their magic spells take longer to cast, it is key for the Sorcerer to find a safe place and determine the correct moment to strike. For those confused about the difference between this and the Mage, well, let's just say that the Sorcerer is going to bring any magic ability you have to the next level. You'll get to call down massive meteors from the sky, cause hurricanes, unleash the power of thunder and lightning, and much more. Sorcerers are excellent at unleashing powerful AoE spells that deal insane bursts of damage. However, it all comes at the cost of having much longer cast durations. However, an interesting mechanic that sorcerers possess is the ability to use Quick Spell, which will shorten the spell cast time at the expense of stamina. Luckily, this can be combined with one of the new abilities called Galvanize, which will instead recover back some of the lost stamina. Effectively, playing between these two means that you can continuously use Quick Cast without having to consume any stamina regen items. In the previous game, sorcerers were already capable of using many of the mage's core skills and even the elemental boons, so for mages, enthusiasts that want to go to the next step, this is going to feel like a natural upgrade. All other access to healing abilities, even applying buffs to your team members' weapons via elemental boons, should all still be there for party-wide support. Though in the previous Dragon's Dogma, sorcerers also had access to skills such as Lassitude that could slow down and even completely stop enemy movement, including attacks in a larger area, plus various other unique mechanics such as Necromancy to call forth on fallen enemies and aid you in combat. Now on the downside, obviously this is another vocation with lower defenses, so they will be rather vulnerable to attacks. That's why positioning yourself is again going to be important. You're going to want to stay in the back, out of harm's way, while your team stays closer to the front lines. This is going to be the key to your survival. Another factor is the much longer cast duration, meaning that in short fights against regular mobs, the sorcerer can fall off in damage as you don't get to cast as often. At number 8, we have another new vocation. The Trickster is another vocation exclusive to the Arisen and again completely new to Dragon's Dogma 2. They have the power to conjure illusions through the smoke created by their own unique weapon called the Ceremonial Censer. But they can also use illusions to deceive enemies into fighting against their own and even have the ability to temporarily increase the power of pawns way beyond their limit. So it's clear the Trickster has a very unique playstyle, not just by Dragon's Dogma 2 standards, but its entire RPG genre standard. First, because Tricksters don't actually deal much damage with their weapon, instead this helps them to draw in aggro. Combining this with their power to create smoke clones and even illusionary surfaces, it means they can really exploit surrounding environments to bring enemies to their doom. It might seem unconventional, but sometimes the most effective tool to bring down an enemy is to literally make it jump off a cliff. Besides placing down fake walls, this vocation is also excellent at scouting ahead and sneaking around enemy camps via its astral projection. As long as your physical body doesn't get hit, this can be combined with some of your other skills to cleanly set your enemies up with some illusions before ever setting foot near them. Given the Trickster's support nature, they are also best at buffing their party with some of their incense abilities causing everyone to deal a lot more damage than they normally do. Plus, more advanced options can eventually be learned, like for example calling forth illusionary dragons to truly terrify your enemies to their core, leaving them open for some big damage. Now, its biggest downside is obviously its unconventional playstyle, relying on more indirect ways of taking down enemies, so those who seek a more direct approach might want to look somewhere else. Also, environmental hazards and cliffs might not always be available, so some of its skills might suffer from limited use at times. That being said, it's no doubt going to be one of those vocations that can really make up for for some interesting funny moments to be remembered. At number 9 we have the Warrior. Unlike the fighter, the Warrior no longer uses a shield. Instead, it wields two-handed weapons such as great swords and hammers and relies on their heavy armor and robust constitution to carry them in combat. They aren't tanks because they lack shields, instead they offer far higher bursts of damage, especially via charge attacks. This lets you wind up extremely high damage melee attacks which can shave off huge amounts of the enemy's health bar while also stunning
Your
them in
skill
the
has
process.
increased.
Later on, warriors can also learn an ability that can help with slow weapon swings that will require you to well time your
Incoming
button
emote.
presses, but this will in turn let you perform much faster attack animations and as such providing a much quicker series of blows for some insane damage. It's not all slow attacks though, as warriors also gain access to Barge, an ability which can be used with R1 to quickly shoulder bash into a target, stunning them and leaving them open in the process. Overall, Warriors is an excellent option for those who prefer more deliberate and strong melee attacks, while also having a lot more potential for AoE compared to the basic fighters. At the end of the day, your oversized weapons can easily hit multiple targets at the same time, and there are even many skills that can further help with that, including continuous spin attacks that will send enemies flying. Now, it's hard to think of downsides for a class that both excels in high damage and great survivability. However, if we were to think of one, it's probably the fact that its attacks can feel rather slow at first, and the only way to make them quicker is via precise button presses that come via later unlocks. Also, being a frontline vocation means that you're constantly in harm's way, so being methodical with the way you unleash your strongest attacks and reserve them for the moment enemy is down will be important to your survival. Last but definitely not least, at number 10 we have one more vocation, the Warfarer. The Warfarer is a new vocation exclusive to Dragon's Dogma 2 and exclusive to the Arisen that can use every weapon and learn different skills from each vocation. By using diverse weapons, the Warfarer can respond to any situation and create combos that cross vocational boundaries. The Warfarer's lower base stats require them to utilize the situational strengths of different weapon types to be on par with other vocations with specialized strengths, and definitely looks to be an incredibly fun and versatile option to have. It's going to pretty much give you access to everything that you want, and even its icon shows that it can use bow and arrow, even like swords and even staves. So if you're undecided which one to use, I guess the best approach is to use everything. Now, from the sounds of it, it's also going to have some downsides compared to going purely spec'd into one single vocation. It seems that your stats are going to be lower than some of the others. Plus, it also seems that it's going to respond differently, may even not have the same highest level of the same skills as if you were to focus on one single class. Unfortunately, it seems we don't have any official footage on the Warfarer, or at least it's very limited at the time, which, yeah, more surprises for when the game comes out. It definitely sounds like something we can eventually achieve much later on in the game. Or who knows, maybe it comes sooner than the rest, but via different means. But that is pretty much it.
Thank you for the extra content for my stream, Mr. Craze Gaming. I've liked and sub to your channel. He's good. He's good. He's got 514K. It's obvious he'll go far. He's a good guy. I like his vibe. It's chill. Good shit. Here's Philip DeFranco from 5 minutes ago.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. You're watching.
Thank you so much for the extra content from my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
There's a lot of news to talk about again. So just buckle up, hit that like button to let YouTube know you like these big daily dives into the news, and let's jump into it. Starting with, the crazy ex-girlfriend who keys your car, lights your clothes on fire, stalks you. It's a common trope in our culture.
I've never had that. What? I've never heard of a girl act like
crazy goes
that.
always. And so with that said, let me introduce
I've never heard of a girl acting like that.
Insane, crazy ex-boyfriends I've ever seen. 37-year-old Stephen Glosser from the great state of of Georgia. Right? And according to an ATF investigator, which you know the story's wild, the ATF is involved here. Gloucester met a woman through an online dating app. But the so-called quasi-relationship, it didn't last that long, and they ended up blocking each other, which is where it should have ended. But crazy persists. And Gloucester goes, nah, I ain't having it. So he hits up his friend and roommate, Caleb Kinsey. And apparently, they're perfect roommates because they happen to be the same level of crazy. Because in December of 2022, they begin stalking and harassing this woman, with them allegedly sending her online threats, asking if she wants to die, saying the demons will kill her. But then, according to authorities, lost an image of her house that she had shared with him to track down the address. And that,
I mean, it's true, but
devised their plot for vengeance, which allegedly includes, here's the list: acquiring and shooting arrows into her front door, getting and releasing a large python into her home to eat her young daughter, acquiring and mailing dog poop to her home, also mailing dead rats to her home, fucking scalping her, and finally blowing up her house. And actually, that last one, they allegedly went through with it, with authorities saying the men actually blew up her home with an improvised explosive while she and her daughter were inside. Though luckily for them, they somehow escaped the explosion unscathed. So with this, we've seen the men quickly identified, arrested, and thrown in jail without bond. And now a federal grand jury has indicted them on numerous felony charges. And if convicted, these guys are facing decades in prison. And then, in entertainment and social media news, we have Mr. Beast at the center of another story. Though this time, it seems less about like backlash or controversy and more of a debate. And that's because a lot of people online have latched onto this story from Polygon titled "The End of the Mr. Beast Era. Jimmy Donaldson warped YouTube in his image, but YouTube is warping him back. And the bastards, they got me and a lot of people to click." Right? And this, it's not another profile. They didn't speak to Mr. Beast for this. Instead, they just looked at a ton of his content and interviews that he's done, and they talked about it, both with how he has changed YouTube and YouTube has changed him. Noting that in the past, he said that all he does is YouTube, that he basically lives in his recording studio, writing that he even tries to center his dating life around being with someone who will watch content that enriches him, right? Because he views his time as essentially too valuable to waste, previously saying on a podcast,
"All I've ever wanted is someone to just read books with me, watch documentaries, and just like learn with me. Because then if you're not learning, then it's like I could make $100 grand an hour or whatever. So it's like, how can I justify spending an hour of time with you?"
In the piece, noting that his time spent working, it's tedious, that he's so focused on virality that he won't upload something unless he knows that it's going to be a hit, that he'll spend hours obsessing over something as small as the brightness of a thumbnail, that he always wants to be growing, that he always wants to be improving, which could be seen as a good thing. Then you have Polygon arguing that he has essentially lost sight of himself in the process. With that, noting that in the past, he said that personality can actually limit growth, and pointing to moments where he's essentially said that his personality is his work and content.
Just because I'm all in, I'm crazy. Like, people shouldn't be me. I don't have a life. I don't have work-life balance. My personality, my soul,
people
my
should
being
not be
is
Jimmy.
making the best videos possible, entertaining my fans as best as I can. Like, that is what exists
on
this planet.
It's a talk show host. I don't recommend it. I don't recommend doing what I do. Not at all.
With that, Polygon noting that even though he has been open about how taxing this is on him, it's somehow still viewed positively, saying Donaldson candidly reveals the tough conditions that make his videos possible, like building a friend group that constantly criticizes his output and axing expensive, fully finished videos that he's unsure about. But because he's rich and famous, no matter how rocky it gets, his road is seen as aspirational. Right? And with this, the piece overall arguing that he's created this click-focused hustle culture on the platform. The outlet then even going on to talk about how there have been different eras on YouTube in the past, with the current one being defined by Mr. Beast. But also with that, noting we could be shifting to a new era, where people want authenticity, to feel the other human on the other side of the screen. With that, strategist Zachary Smigel telling the outlet, the return to an authentic era on YouTube comes down to a growing fatigue with sensationalism. I think we are witnessing a cultural shift, and then wondering if that's something that Mr. Beast will pivot to. And so with all this, we've seen the article's focus kind of results in a ton of people having big reactions online saying, no amount of success is worth erasing your personality because you view it as a liability for optimal content.
What? What are you talking about now? No. What did you think a job in the entertainment industry was? It is worth, the pursuit of fame is worth the annihilation of self. It should not be aspired to. I don't know. Your job can consume you. I don't know. It happens to people. If Leonardo da Vinci hadn't really been driven as an inventor, how good would the human race have done? It's like we're aspiring to second place here a little bit. It's that participation award shit. Nah, do your fucking job that you love, and do it with passion, and do it all day like me and love it, you know? And no, if it causes you some sacrifice and stuff, I think that's acceptable. It just shouldn't harm your family and your loved ones, you know? But I think sacrifice is acceptable in a job, especially when you think that your entertainment might really matter to like children and shit like that. I mean, it's just kind of, I mean, it's like, you know, it is what it is.
Is an annihilation of self and should not be aspired to.
Like you know, you can't get around the sacrifice costing you something. No. So you're kind of like saying like, hey, Mr. Beast, don't be so cool and popular. Don't sacrifice yourself so much. But I mean, he's Mr. Beast. I mean, that's what being the top entertainment idol's like, you know? That's what it's like. And he, you know, I would say he got very lucky. He's a very talented individual. But I'd say about half of it is luck, and that's how it is in the entertainment business. Like half of it is luck. They never talk about this, but when like a lot of it has to be like you fill the spot that the public is crazy for at that time. You know?
Incoming emote.
What? Your Kiraga was good?
In general, it seemed like a lot of people just kind of...
So, like, you know, like, can you be Tom York? No. Can you be John Lennon? No. Only those people can be those people, right? But you could try. We should aspire to, and it requires some sacrifice, and it does mean, like, the loss of probably your privacy, and the loss of your public image, and your loss of your personal self, and the sacrifice of yourself. It means these things. That's what this shit means, you know? That's what, I mean, that's what this shit is. It's, I mean, that's what this amounts to, you know? I don't know what's going on.
Found it to be a depressing read. But ultimately, here's what I'll say with this, even though there were a lot of different points and arguments and debates being had here. One, here not be aspired to. And in general, it seemed like a lot of people just kind of found it to be a depressing read. But ultimately, here's what I'll say with this, even though there were a lot of different points and arguments and debates being had here. One, I don't think there's anything weird about him saying, like, I just want someone I can read books with and watch documentaries with. That just sounds like a guy that wants a partner that's interested in similar things. Two, regarding him saying, you know, when I'm not working, he's thinking making, I could be making $100,000 an hour, so how do I justify this? Well, the rate per hour there is not something I can relate to. The idea in general is something I can relate to. I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but I think it's also something that a lot of self-employed people can relate to. I'm constantly thinking about the ROI of my time. What's the return on investment of my time? And I mean, it took me over a decade, probably like 15 years, to realize you just got to look at things as different kinds of investment. Right? Money is important, livelihood's important, but I don't think I'm going to be on my deathbed wishing I made an extra 50K. I'm probably going to be wishing I spent more time with my kids. So I've just kind of expanded the idea of what kind of returns I can get on the investment of my time. Mental health and emotion when it comes to hanging out with my kids, my wife, my family, my friends. Being fulfilled there, I think it makes me also better at my job. Taking care of my health like I have over the past 2 years. Great for me physically, great for me mentally, and also in an ideal world, I live longer. I'm able to do what I want and love for even longer. Also, the idea of stressing out over a thumbnail, not stupid. It's literally half, if not more, of the reason someone watches your video. And while I know there's so much more here, the final thing that I'll touch on is regarding the idea that we're like shifting eras when it comes to creators and content creation. One, I think if you watch some of Mr. Beast's newer content, not all of it, but an increasing amount, we're kind of seeing a decrease in like the brain rot. There has to be a change every 1.5 second kind of edits. More focused on people, the storytelling, stuff like that. And this also, as there's been an increase of people, yes, wanting more connection to creators. Even though there is a valid point in who you are is both your best thing and your worst thing. Like, because I am who I am, there are gonna be some people that naturally gravitate towards me, and there are gonna be other people that are like, I'm in no way interested. Which is why it's understandable that a lot of content creators focus specifically on like, what is the content? It's also part of the appeal of having faceless channels, right, where you don't even see the creator. But one, I think with the rise of TikTok and like this increase of just people who are everyday people that have gotten an audience again, which is kind of old school YouTube, people absolutely love that. And then there are also people that kind of bridge that divide. With one of my favorite examples is always being Casey Neistat. He is a filmmaker. He understands how to tug on the emotions of certain little things, but also in a really authentic and real way. Like his video from over a month ago, Sisyphus and the Impossible Dream, it's one of my favorite pieces of content on this platform. It's a fantastic personal story and a wild piece of content that connects to pretty much anyone that has a dream. But again, to close this out, bringing it back to Mr. Beast, I think it's hard to have a fully locked in opinion on this because he's still just in the middle of his story. And he is at a height that's really not been seen in this online age. Like if he uploads a video to his main channel and it only gets 100 million views, that video bombed. Like that's insane. That's 100 million YouTube views. This isn't like the fucking bullshit bloated stuff on Twitter/X. This guy is regularly doing numbers that we really haven't seen since like in America there were fewer than 10 channels. And I'm talking about TV channels. Like MASH, one of the most popular shows of all
for
time.
Mr.
Beast, got just under
like,
106 million views.
Yeah, he's cool, but there was an actor. There was an actor like this. We had an actor like this. His name was Dick Van Dyke. He had his own show. He was like the most popular man in the world. He could have moved mountains and started wars. He was, Dick Van Dyke. Yeah, he was more popular than motherfucking Lucille Ball. Or, I can't think of another man in history, I would say. Dick Van Dyke was the most well-known man in history, I'd say, and we did, right? It's funny. I think about it all the time. Like we're all just doomed to repeat this stuff unless we learn. And so and right now it's like it's 2024. If you think about 1924, we're bound for another Dick Van Dyke. And so by the time Jimmy's like 45, it'll be 45, like 2045, something like that. And so, and he'll be the Dick Van Dyke, and he'll own the entire world like Dick Van Dyke. Everybody in the world will love him, And we've seen this before. I would say John Lennon had this kind of power. I would say, oops, wrong one. Shit. God damn it. I pressed the wrong button. Damn it. That's all right. Okay, ready for sync. There's like cultural power like this. I would say Madonna had this kind of power. I would say Taylor Swift has just as much power as Jimmy does. I would say Hitler. I hate to use that kind of example, but I mean, in terms of actual power, Hitler had that kind of swang power. He did. We have people sometimes in the cult of personality that have this kind of sway. We do. We are a pack animal species. We don't want to admit it, but we're like pack animal species. We just want to get behind somebody and let them lead us, you know. And so if an actor scratches that itch for us, then we follow an actor. It's fine. Okay, it's okay.
One of the most popular shows of all time. Its finale got just under 106 million views. I really don't know if you can accomplish that without being uniquely and...
Yeah, like, right, for instance, Alan Alda had that kind of power, I think, at the top of his career. He was the lead in MASH. MASH was on for 27 fucking years, and everybody in the fucking world knew who Alan Alda was. He was the lead in MASH. And he had that kind of power. The Brits always have people like this kind of power. The Queen had that kind of power. When the Queen died, the entire world mourned, you know. The Queen of England had that kind of power. Queen Elizabeth had that kind of power. We have cult of personality people like Jimmy all the time. It's actually kind of scary. We have, it's common, frankly. I wouldn't say common, but I mean, like, it's not this, like, one flash in the pan thing that we all make it out to be. He's special, but I mean, this does happen. Every once in a while, we want to elevate somebody greater than us. We just do it. We put somebody up there just above us so that it gives others a reason to live. They have something to aspire to. They want to be as great as Jimmy or you know, aspire to having that kind of power, that kind of sway, or that kind of sex, or that kind of attraction to the opposite gender, or power, you know, or love. Look at how beloved Taylor Swift was at you know, or, well, I don't know if beloved is your response, but I mean, look at the public's response to Taylor Swift showing up to the you know, to the Super Bowl. I think this guy has several accounts somehow that he's leveled, and he's trying to pop devil mantas all day, and he's on a cooldown or something, and that's crazy. This guy's pulling, these people are pulling so much more money.
Incoming emote.
I did?
might actually be wrong. But also, it's not your fault, because it's a problem that's been severely impacted by misinformation over the last several years. And as we've seen, that misinformation can have serious consequences, right? It impacts efforts to combat actual trafficking, and it can also create setbacks for victims and survivors. Because we want to try to unpack all this, we spoke to Megan, and it can also create setbacks for victims and survivors. Because we want to try to unpack all this, we spoke to Megan Cutter, the director of the National Human Trafficking Hotline. And one of the things she did is she explained that when a piece of misinformation takes off, it can bog down the hotline and law enforcement and take them away from more pressing concerns.
For example, in 2020, during the Wayfair conspiracy, we received a 400% increase in calls, texts, and chats to the National Human Trafficking Hotline over a very short period of time, which made it harder for us to actually help people who needed assistance and who were trying to get through to get help, versus people who I think generally very well intentioned were trying to report something that was both all the information was really publicly available and being reported in the media, and also was law enforcement confirmed to be something that was not happening.
Right, and the Wayfair example was one really big, elaborate conspiracy that blew up. But there are also much smaller, more everyday pieces of misinformation that have taken off. And
It's true.
Videos about your car tagged by zip ties or menus or getting lured in by abandoned car seats. But the thing is, Polaris, the nonprofit that operates the National Human Trafficking Hotline, they've debunked these time and time again, noting that this image that we have of victims being kidnapped by random strangers is inaccurate, because most victims were actually coerced by people they know, like their family or their romantic partner. The Department of Health and Human Services also noting that the image that we have of people being physically held or bonded, it's often inaccurate as well, as traffickers mostly use psychological means of control, with them explaining fear, trauma, drug addiction, threats against families, and a lack of options due to poverty and homelessness can all prevent someone from leaving. Some individuals who experience trafficking may also be manipulated or believe they're in love with their trafficker, which can make them resistant to seeking help. And adding that traffickers might isolate victims from their families and control their money, their ID, their documents, all to trap them. But the videos explaining these realities, they just don't always get as much traction as the ones with misinformation. And that can even impact a victim's perception of trafficking, right? It makes it harder for them to identify themselves as a victim. And it can also make it harder for them to share their stories later on.
Some of the things that we've seen online when there is a lot of misinformation happening about trafficking is that people who speak out and say, you know, I'm a survivor of trafficking and this is how my situation happened, often face kind of backlash from other people online who say, that's not true, this is how this really happens. And so I think it can really impact the way people who are survivors of trafficking are able to tell their story and are believed and are seen in the public sphere.
We also have Cutter noting that these people spreading these false ideas often have good intentions, even if they're wrong. And it is important to note and understand that, because shaming people actually doesn't do much to fight against misinformation. Most of the time, they're not intentionally trying to interfere with efforts to fight trafficking. But the videos that go viral are genuinely scary, right? They stoke a lot of panic. Maybe some of these people have encountered a potentially threatening situation, right? If you think you're being followed or you see something odd in public, yeah, use those street smarts. If you feel unsafe, still assess the situation. But to label everything that looks potentially dangerous as a human trafficking ploy, it's just not productive.
I think it really takes away from people understanding how trafficking really happens, and also takes attention and resources and conversation away from understanding that trafficking is inherently this exploitation of power and control, and that, you know, people are often in a trusting relationship with their trafficker. And so it switches the conversation to something that doesn't help us actually prevent or identify trafficking.
And there are a lot of reasons that many people just inherently have a false image of what trafficking looks like. For example, in the past, Polaris has called out the Liam Neeson film Taken as a piece of media that really drove those false images home. It created a lot of fear. Solid movie, though. I'll pretty much always buy a ticket to watch Liam Neeson punch people. But Polaris noting that all these years later, the hotline's still dealing with the consequences of that movie, which, you know, spread false narratives about kidnapping, as well as stereotypes about it being like things that happen abroad and not stateside.
Even when I'm just talking with folks about what my job is, 9 times out of 10, someone brings up the movie Taken. So it's very much part of the way we talk about human trafficking, even though it's not how we see human trafficking happening in the United States.
Right, with Cutter going on to say that even though it was just a movie, it's spawned massive cultural ripple effects. Because these myths and these false narratives have become so pervasive and ingrained in our culture, there's a lot of work that has to be done to clear things up. And also with that, you had Cutter noting that social media platforms themselves should really make sure they combat misinformation that spreads on their platform.
Also being able to think about how do we amplify the voices of people who've actually experienced trafficking, survivors who are out there sharing their stories to correct the narrative. I think that's a really meaningful way to be able to understand how trafficking really happens, is to listen to the people who've been in those situations themselves and hear from them and amplify and share their stories.
And with all this, Cutter also adding that discussing this issue requires a lot of sensitivity, and no one should ever be forced to share their story.
We make a real effort to share those stories on our own social media. We work in partnership with survivors to do that, making sure that they, you know, consent and are comfortable sharing. Also, something that is really important is when you're asking someone to share information about their experience, to compensate them appropriately for their labor. And I think that's something that we've talked a lot about in the anti-trafficking field, because trafficking is a crime that inherently exploits people. And so making sure in that sharing of information, we're not re-exploiting anyone.
And the compensation aspect is one that probably not a lot of people think about, right? But, you know, how often are you watching a documentary or a show, or you see an awareness ad about some kind of tragic situation and it feels really emotionally manipulative or exploitive of the source material? And this act of sort of vulturously capitalizing on someone's trauma could prevent people down the line from sharing their own stories, right? They might not want to be the next face out there. So that
I'm gonna pause it real quick and get something to drink. Oops.
Your skill has increased.
compensation element, obviously in combination with consent, it's possibly a step to balance the situation to make sure there's no further exploitation. But with all that said, at this point you might be wondering what can actually be done to prevent trafficking. And well, with that, I mean, you previously had the director of the University of New Hampshire's Crimes Against Children Research Center explaining to HuffPost, some people are just more vulnerable than others, and we could do a lot more to prevent trafficking by addressing those vulnerabilities, like family abuse, neglect, or foster care placement directly. Right? And also just creating a better understanding of all this helps as well. Right? If you see a well-intentioned person spreading misinformation, is there a way to try and turn that situation around?
Harness those good intentions to help people see where in their communities they actually really could support victims and survivors of trafficking, or where they may actually know and engage with people in sex or labor trafficking situations and how they could help. So sort of turning that good intention into a good action and offering a correction on, where that energy could be best used.
And also, I'll just add, if you are someone who is concerned or you're further interested in this topic, look to reputable organizations and sources who have been in this field for years. See what those groups are saying. Use that information instead of just seeing a random thing on social media. Because as a propaganda cartoon back in the day used to tell me correctly, knowing is half the battle. But for now, where I'll leave you is by passing the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? And then, so a friend of mine actually thanked me the other day because she was in the snowy mountains, and long story short, she was without her snow boots and her dog needed to get walked. And she told me that she remembered her stormburst, and she was shocked that through all the wet snow, they actually kept her feet dry, and more importantly for her, warm. Because yeah, no duh, there's no exaggerating. Vessies are the real deal for making a great looking all-weather, all-terrain sneaker. Which on that note, she couldn't believe how lightweight they were, especially after wearing her snow boots. And y'all know I wear my Vessi Stormburst for my muddy hikes as well as stroll on the beach. I just hose those babies off, and then I'm good to do just about anything else in the same shoes I was wearing out in the elements, including taking my wife out on a date night. So thank you, Vessi, for being a fantastic partner of the PDS and for making great looking shoes we can all wear in any weather. And again, they're ideal for any occasion that might find you around water. Coastal walks, exploring outside the city, forest, camping, snow days, boating, heading out early on a damp morning. Boom, the list just goes on and on. So what are you waiting for? Go get yourself a pair of Stormbursts. Just go to Vessi.com vessi.com/DeFranco to get 15% off your first order. That's vessi.com/DeFranco. And then everything about this TikTok ban bill that's also, I guess, not a TikTok ban bill is so messy and chaotic. Because the way this bill is generally being presented is that it would lead to a ban if TikTok's Chinese parent company ByteDance fails to sell the app within 6 months. Or as Nancy Pelosi described in cringy fashion this morning,
this is not an attempt to ban TikTok. It's an attempt to make TikTok better. Tic-tac-toe. A winner.
Tic-tac-toe. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, Nancy, you got the clip. Is it the clip that you wanted? But hey, let's dive into this. Because this morning, the House of Representatives did something that they rarely do. They generally agreed on something across party lines, voting yes on this bill by a massive bipartisan margin of 352 to 65. And something really notable here, while bipartisan, way more Republicans voted for it. And that's despite the very public flip-flop we've seen with Donald Trump, who actually came out in opposition of a full ban. And remember, that even though he himself led that fight when he was in office. And like we talked about, this legislation, it would ban the app from the US if China doesn't agree to sell within 6 months. But with that, China has previously opposed efforts to force the sale of the app, and it's unclear if this will actually push them over the edge. With a spokesperson for China's foreign ministry condemning the proposal ahead of its passage today, saying in recent years, though the United States has never found any evidence of TikTok posing a threat to US national security, it has never stopped going after TikTok, and accusing lawmakers of making these moves because they can't succeed in fair competition. To that point, experts say that this bill will likely make relations with China worse, with a leading Wall Street tech sector analyst writing that the restrictions could, quote, start a dangerous ripple effect on the ongoing cold tech war. And with that, specifically arguing that China could retaliate against huge US tech companies like Apple and Tesla. Also, they're noting that if this is passed fully, legal challenges are certain to come. And that's also been echoed by other opponents of the law, with both Democrats and Republicans who voted against it, raising concerns about free speech and economic impact. Right? AOC saying on Twitter, "I'm voting no on the TikTok for sale bill," saying the bill was incredibly rushed from committee to vote in 4 days with little explanation, and adding there are serious antitrust and privacy questions here, and any national security concern should be laid out to the public prior to a vote. And Republican Representative Tom McClintock telling reporters, "The answer to authoritarianism is not more authoritarianism. The answer to CCP-style propaganda is not CCP-style oppression. Let us slow down before we blunder down this very steep and slippery slope." Also, while all this is going down, you have demonstrators gathering outside the Capitol this morning protesting the ban. One TikToker present telling Axios, "This is my livelihood at stake." With how big TikTok has gotten, yeah, a lot is at stake here. But as far as what actually happens next, the bill, it'll have to be passed by the Senate, where it's said that there was a lot of uncertainty. Though very notably, in a huge move today, both Republican and Democrat leaders of the Senate Intelligence Committee came out in favor of the bill, which definitely boosts the chances that this could be signed into law. And that development's also huge because the Democrat leader had been more on the fence about the proposal until the House passed it, signaling that other Dems who were maybe kind of more on the fence, they were wishy-washy, they might lean towards the ban now too. But also, at the same time, Chuck Schumer hasn't even said, as of reporting, that he'll set a vote. And we've seen that Senate Dems have also been floating alternative proposals. And then, of course, as far as what happens next, even if Biden does sign the House's version into law, which he said he will, legal challenges will delay the process. And then we need to talk about one of the most egregious practices in the U.S. justice system: judge shopping. Which, if you don't know what that is, I'll give you a quick explainer. Right, so at the most basic level, the United States is carved up into 94 federal district courts. Those districts themselves are carved up into several smaller divisions. Now with this, in most districts, when you file a case, it gets randomly assigned to a judge, but in other places, the rules are different. Right, so instead, your case goes to a judge in the specific division where you filed. And importantly, some of those divisions, especially in rural ones, they only have 1 or 2 judges. So if you're a plaintiff and you file your case in the right division, you could pretty much guarantee that you'll get a friendly judge. Hence the term judge shopping. Right, and so, for example, when Biden does something that Republicans don't like, their state attorneys general, they get together and they strategize which of their courthouses would give them the best shot of blocking the policy. And that's exactly how an obscure Christian conservative judge in Amarillo, Texas, called Matthew Kaczmarek became one of the most powerful government officials in the entire country. With him, among other things, ruling that a father had a
crooked-ass
right
pieces
to
of
daughter's
shit.
access to birth control. Also attempting to neutralize a federal law prohibiting health providers from discriminating against LGBTQ patients, siding with Trump's controversial Remain in Mexico immigration policy, and most recently halting FDA approval of an abortion medication. Though there, notably, the federal Supreme Court struck down that ruling. But those and other high-profile cases where a hyper-partisan actor made decisions affecting the whole country put judge shopping in the spotlight. But now, after pressure from the White House, federal lawmakers, and even Chief Justice John Roberts, the practice is finally dead. At least until another workaround's figured out, with a policy-making body for the justice system known as the U.S. Judicial Conference announcing a new rule yesterday, saying that for civil suits that affect an entire state or the country, they have to be randomly assigned to a judge in the district. Right, so for cases in Amarillo, instead of automatically going to Kaczmarek, they will go to one of 11 active judges, or 6 senior judges who sit in the Northern District of Texas. So very notably, this new rule doesn't apply to cases seeking only local action, nor does it stop a similar practice known as forum shopping. Right? That's when plaintiffs deliberately file their case in a district with a friendly court of appeals. So then even if the initial ruling doesn't favor them, they know they can just kick it up to a higher court. And I think it's very important to know that both parties have taken advantage of this, with Republicans throwing their cases to the 5th Circuit Court of Appeals and Democrats aiming for the 9th. And although Republican lawsuits, they've gotten the most attention recently, Democrats have also taken advantage of judge shopping to hamstring Trump too. By people saying this new ban, it's not likely to benefit one side more than the other. So for me, the constant cynic, I will believe it when I see it over a long enough period of time. And then the news we're seeing right now has got some people saying even Republicans don't want to hang out with Republicans. Like that for 2 big reasons. The first being that we're seeing reports saying that many Republicans plan to skip the House GOP retreat as they grumble about location and spending time with one another. In that House GOP retreat's an annual event taking place this week in West Virginia, where they're described as offering Republicans a chance to reset after a chaotic year marked by internal bickering. But so far, fewer than 100 Republicans have reportedly RSVP'd for the event. And while many have said, they have scheduling conflicts or they're just busy running their campaign, some Republicans have reportedly said in private that, quote, they were simply not enthusiastic about the idea of having to huddle with the rest of their party at a time when Republican infighting has prevented them from even passing procedural votes. Which then brings us to reason number 2 why this is the talk of the town. You've got Ken Buck, a Republican congressman for Colorado, announcing that he's leaving Congress at the end of next week. And with that, I think you're going to really appreciate the contrast between these 2 statements. Right, in one statement, you had Ken Buck saying, it's been an honor to serve the people of Colorado's 4th District in Congress for the past 9 years, and saying that he looks forward to both staying involved in our political process as well as spending more time in Colorado with his family. Okay, nice, clean cut, makes sense. But then we also saw Buck being a little less formal when speaking to CNN.
I think this place is dysfunctional. Instead of operating in a professional manner, this place has just evolved into this bickering and nonsense and not really doing the job for the American people. It is the worst year of the 9
At least
years
he's
and
telling
3
the
months
truth.
that I've been in Congress. And having talked to former members, it's the worst year in 40, 50 years to be in Congress.
Right, and the thing is, Buck actually announced his retirement last fall, and he said then,
too many Republican leaders are lying to America, claiming that the 2020 election was stolen.
But at that time, he had Buck simply saying he wasn't going to seek re-election. So this decision to cut his final term several months short reportedly caught House Republican leaders by surprise. And notably, this trims down the majority even more, having just 218
surprise
435 seats. Which means for the foreseeable future, Republicans will need almost all of their members to secure the 217 votes needed to pass partisan legislation. But it's also hard to get everyone in one place at one time because, life happens. Personal emergencies, illness, travel delays, all things that we've actually seen play out. And notably, this also specifically fucks with Lauren Boebert, who actually called Buck's resignation a swampy backroom deal to try to rig an election. But you see, Boebert's district is pretty evenly split between Democrat and Republican voters. And in 2022, she was reelected by a margin of only 600 votes. Ken Buck, on the other hand, he won his district by almost 100,000 votes. So Boebert, rather than trying to convince the people in her district, she is actually a good congresswoman. She just switches districts so she can run for Buck's reliably Republican seat. But now, a special election to fill Buck's seat is planned for late June. And Boebert's confirmed that she is not going to participate, calling Buck's decision weak sauce and saying that doing so would further imperil the already very slim House Republican majority. And this because if she ran for a seat in the special election, she'd have to vacate her current seat. Right, so while Boebert's still running in the Republican primary to be the nominee in Buck's district for the regularly scheduled election in November, whoever the Colorado GOP picks to be the candidate for the special election, they'll potentially have a big advantage in the full-term primary because they'll already have that name recognition. And to make all this even more concerning for Republicans is that Ken Buck himself kind of speculated that his resignation might not be the only one, telling Axios, I think it's the next 3 people that leave that they're going to be worried about. But as far as if that's real or not, we're gonna have to wait to see, but interesting time. And then, in big international news, we should talk about Argentina and President Javier Milei. Because since he was elected, there's just been so much going on. And among the actual changes, there's been a lot of pushback, backlash, and just controversy. With us most recently seeing that Milei fired a cabinet member this week after it was revealed that Milei was getting a 48% pay raise. And adding insult to injury there, the pay raise was revealed just days after he asked allied lawmakers to cancel a proposed 30% pay raise for themselves. And so that alone was a bad enough look, but it was made even worse by the fact that Milei's whole shtick is that he needs to cut almost all government spending to save the economy. And so all of this actually started late last week, with Milei initially trying to offer an explanation on Saturday, saying, I have just been informed that as a result of a decree signed by former President Cristina Kirchner in 2010, which established that political officials should always earn more than public administration employees, an automatic increase was granted to the political staff of this government. Every day that passes, we find a new rule that favored politicians and harmed Argentines. With us, the losers are going to be the politicians, with a man going on to say that the pay raise would be repealed and that the difference in pay would be given back. But with that, the former president that he was blaming didn't see it that way. She had signed a decree that automatically raised the pay of certain lower elected offices to be higher than salaried government employees. And that decree specifically exempted the president from other executive branch members. And she shared screenshots of the decree was changed in February from the salary increase will not extend to higher offices to the salary increase will extend to higher offices. promises. And with that, she added, admit that you signed, got paid, and got caught. And other lawmakers showed that Milei had signed the decree, leading the people to say things like, I don't understand, the president signed a decree without looking at it? And so on Monday, we saw Milei going into full damage control mode, going on national TV to say that the pay increases were an error that should not have been made, with him then blaming the situation on Labor Secretary Omar Yassin, then firing him as well. Although with this, many see Yassin as just a scapegoat because this doesn't explain how Milei's signature was used. Though with that, it's been pointing out that Milei / the president's office, it doesn't actually sign everything themselves, right? Their team controls it, but also it's not like they sign things without the president knowing. So it's widely believed that he knew about this at least at some level. Right? And so this entire scandal has been a major PR hit for Milei, especially as he's been facing setbacks to pass legislation that would widely cut spending across the government. And this specifically could also be especially devastating for him since he's such a political outsider. And the whole thing's made even more weird by the fact that, that money wouldn't be a massive difference for multi-millionaire Milei. Right? This pay change means that the president's now getting paid just over $7,000 a month, or $85,000-ish a year. Though, with all of this, it's not all bad news for the president lately. Since taking office, inflation has gone down considerably, though understand gone down for Argentina. Right, their inflation in February was still the insane amount of 13.2%, but notably that is a hell of a lot better than the 20.5% in January and the 25.5% in December. However, yearly, it's still outrageously high at over 275%. So they still have a long way to go before things are even remotely okay. But for now, it remains to be seen if this is going to be kind of just a small little stumble for Milei, or the first of several before he lands on his face. But time will tell, and the world will be watching. And then, finally, today we have announcements, and yesterday today. As far as the announcement, I am further giving in to your demands, because on Monday at 8 a.m. Pacific time, I will be unvaulting 4 more designs. With this including tees, crews, hoodies, and now even tanks split across sports. One day will all be skeletons, I love naps, and a color swirl on our classic emotionally exhausted gear. And of course, that'll be in addition to all of our new bestsellers that we've been releasing this year. And of course, with that, if you want to be the first to know when it drops, because of course it's first come, first serve, you can go to beautifulbastard.com, sign up for the mailing list there, or of course, join the text line at 813-213-4423. Also, a fantastic announcement. Congrats to Vincent O, the beautiful bastard who just won our weekly $500 giveaway towards his choice of SeatGeek tickets, which I heard he's gonna be using to surprise his husband with a night out on the town and a show, so have fun. A friendly reminder here, SeatGeek and my newsletter team at the Daily Dip are giving away up to $1,000 in SeatGeek tickets every single week for the next few months. And all you gotta do is add code PDS to your SeatGeek app profile. No purchase necessary. $1,000 prizes are available to Daily Dip subscribers. Just add code PDS newsletter as well to double your entries and winnings. With that said, let's jump into those comments on yesterday's show, where honestly, a lot of the conversation was just y'all being absolutely fucking tickled over the Adin Ross situation, right? Adin publicly leaking Andrew Tate's supposed escape plan, with mainly Mundane saying, I can't tell if Andrew Tate is dumber for telling Adin Ross or if Adin Ross is dumber for telling everyone. To which the true Ethan said, yes. Though others said, definitely Tate. You don't yell at a blind man for being blind, you just don't let him drive your car. Pivot Research saying Adin being the downfall of Tate really reminds you that we live in the funniest timeline. Yeah, funny. Also horrible, but yeah, funny. And the more you try not to care about things, the funnier it gets, I guess. So I mean, the stuff being talked about here is serious, and I hate caring. I still do, but I wish that there was a switch I could flip. Like, cause then everything could just be game theory, and you don't have to think about the emotional and actual like livelihood things that are at stake here. So finally, on this story, we had Tef saying Adin also showed the entire world that he isn't playing a character or hamming it up for the cameras. He's a genuine, real-life, bona fide dunce. And Soaring Lettuce, I'm glad you love the description of Adin Ross as a weapons-grade moron. Also, in the comments, there were a lot of conversations around the bans and like the hoops that are being put in place for lab-grown meat or anything that's like kind of fake meat. With Tyler Smiler sharing, I'm the daughter of cattle farmers, grass-fed, not mass market, and I think banning lab-grown meat is absurd. It needs to be studied so we know it's safe and should be regulated by agencies like the FDA. But if it's safe and as healthy as the beef we raise on our farm, then why ban it? To which Cameron Cook responded, because the ranchers and corporations that make money from selling the beef and cattle are worried / pissy that lab-grown beef is going to put them out of a job. Also, Living Life sharing, the lab-grown meat mess reminds me of how when margarine was first made, the dairy industry got laws passed that made it mandatory for margarine to be dyed pink in order to distinguish it from butter. Also, Greed059 saying, yes, the age-old, this competes with my job, therefore we must ban it. Banning competition is always the way to a healthy economy. Right? And also kind of intermingled in that, there was a lot of talk about America's systems in general, both because we had the Elon Musk charity controversy and scandal and that big story about Medicaid helping people with rent. Right? So we had people like Abbreviated Reviews saying, America is a strange place. We have a tax system where we allow the richest people to eliminate large portions of their tax burden by donating to charities that they have created and controlled rather than just collecting taxes and building social programs that actually help people. With Nicholas named and Cooper adding, say thanks to Ronald Reagan for that one. It really always is Reagan. And also folks like Kyle sharing, as someone that used to be homeless, I will say that I became less so
really always is Reagan.
And physically when I was housed than when I wasn't homeless. When I was homeless, it was either paying $9+ for a healthier meal or pay $4 for something way unhealthy. I applaud any efforts to actually help with those falling through social and systemic cracks. And then finally, Courtney Cooper sharing, hey Phil, I work at a federally qualified health center in Maryland and this is the norm for us. Find donating resources for the underprivileged population and using it as diagnoses to help patients with food, transportation, housing, technology, and prescription. We've helped so many patients this way and gathering them resources while also utilizing their Medicaid services. Where I work offers mental health, primary care, OBGYN, and dental services to 3 counties. It's heartbreaking the stories we hear on the daily to try and help, especially when the majority of our population is homeless or on the verge of it. We even offer free diabetes classes since we have an increasing population being diagnosed with that as well. Not to mention the migrant camps that come in the summer, we offer free healthcare too. We try to help, but the needs are only increasing day by day, and I've been here for 5 years. And the final thing I'll say here, and it's really just for you most dedicated, is I was happy to see a lot of people agreeing with Guess Who Asks, who wrote, "Yesterday today has become my favorite part of the news. Being able to follow up on or get a different perspective on something after having time to personally digest it can be very helpful." And yeah, I'm really glad y'all like it. And that is actually where today's show is going to end. But don't worry, I'll see you soon enough, because my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe. Miss you every day. You like my oxygen.
We knew it was coming, but now we know how. Trump is back on the ballot, baby. And in related news, a bunch of journalists were not laid off. Yes, Donald Trump gets to stay on the ballot in Colorado's Republican primary. The U.S. Supreme Court reversed the Colorado Supreme Court's ruling that Trump committed insurrection and was therefore barred from holding federal office by Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. The opinion also overruled decisions from Illinois and Maine, ensuring that come November, Trump will foist himself on voters whether they want it or not. But all 9 justices held that the states can't enforce the clause against federal office holders, and then 5 of them went further, holding that the federal candidates and office holders can only be disqualified if Congress passes a law.
Thank you, Legal Eagle, for the excellent concert for my stream. I've liked and sub to your channel. Sorry, guys, I haven't had M&Ms in like since Christmas or something like that. And I bought a bag of M&Ms. I don't usually do candy or chocolate, but oh man, it's so good. Candy.
Law to affirmatively enforce the disqualification clause. And although the headline decision was billed as a unanimous per curiam opinion, it's effectively a 5-4 decision that revealed deep divisions within the court. And as a bonus, it might mean that Congress never disqualifies anyone from committing insurrection ever again. Hey, if the people decide it's time for the reanimated corpse of Jefferson Davis to get a chance to be the Democratic standard bearer in 2032, who are we to argue? Now, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, as you probably know, was passed after the Civil War, when some of the men who had participated in the Confederacy started running for elective office. Section 3 says that those who have previously sworn an oath to support the Constitution and then engaged in insurrection against it are barred from holding a variety of public offices. The text of the disqualification clause states that this bar can be removed by a 2/3 vote in Congress. And the text of Section 3 reads, "No person shall be senator or representative in Congress or elector of president or vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature or as an executive or judicial officer of any state to support the Constitution of the United States shall have engaged in an insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof." But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. Okay, so let's acknowledge the obvious here. Though the intent is clear, it's meant to stop insurrectionists from holding office, the text is more than a little cumbersome. And the text doesn't say how the disqualification is supposed to happen. For example, who gets to kick someone off the ballot? Now, much to our chagrin, the United States doesn't have uniform elections laws, and there's a reason for this. The election clause of Election 1, Section 4, gives states the power to regulate the time, place, and manner of holding elections, including for federal offices. Requirements can vary from state to state. In some states, you get early voting for a month, while in other states, you get arrested for giving a person in line a bottle of water.
You're under arrest for violation of the Election Integrity Act.
What? What are you talking about?
It is illegal for anyone in the state of Georgia to provide food or water to voters in line at the polls.
What? That's barbaric.
And states are already empowered to exclude candidates from the ballot if they don't meet the requirements for that office. So if a presidential candidate is not 35 years old, is not a natural-born citizen, or does not meet the state's other ballot regulations, states theoretically can exclude them. Colorado, Maine, and Illinois thought that not participating in an insurrection was another basis on which they could exclude a person from the ballot because it says so in the Constitution. So the first question for the Supreme Court was whether Section 3 of the 14th Amendment was self-executing. A law is self-executing if it doesn't require legislative action or enforcement. Now, other parts of the 14th Amendment are self-executing. And if you look at the historical record, there's evidence supporting the position that Section 3 should have been self-executing too.
Your skill has increased.
For example, in 1865, when Congress was trying to ratify the 13th and 14th Amendments, Democrats were openly speculating about drafting Robert E. Lee as a presidential candidate. The Republicans thought it would be disastrous if insurrectionists could come to power. Jefferson Davis and Robert E. Lee were disqualified from holding office, even though they were never tried or convicted of treason or insurrection. And when the government tried to prosecute Davis for treason, he argued that Section 3 was actually self-executing, and therefore the prosecution was blocked by Section 3. And Supreme Court Justice Salmon P. Chase, who we'll hear from again later, agreed with Davis, but Davis was pardoned, so the issue was never resolved. Later, Congress acted to remove the bar on Confederate oath-breaking insurrectionists serving in Congress because, why not? What could go wrong? However, there was also evidence in the historical record that Section 3 was not self-executing. Congress passed a few laws after the Civil War disqualifying Confederates from office. That indicates that Congress believed it had the right to enact legislation implementing Section 3. But there's nothing in the Constitution or in the case law saying whether this was the exclusive way that people could be disqualified. That's why the issue of Trump's disqualification was not easy to decide. Now, there wasn't much interest in the disqualification clause between the Civil War and the presidential election of 2020, because as far as we know, presidential candidates weren't really plotting to overthrow the government. But Colorado state laws allow voters to challenge any candidate's legal qualifications for office. So Norma Anderson, a 91-year-old former Republican legislator, sued to keep Trump off the ballot because she claimed that he committed insurrection in 2020.
What is trying to throw out an election? I call it insurrection.
A Colorado district court ruled that Trump engaged in insurrection, as those terms are used in Section 3. However, the district court concluded that the clause did not apply to the president because the presidency is not an office, and therefore the president is not an officer of the United States. The Colorado Supreme Court reversed, holding that Trump was an officer, that he committed insurrection, and that the state had the power to bar him from appearing on the Colorado primary ballot. Maine and Illinois also disqualified Trump on basically the same basis, which is how these cases got before the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, before the U.S. Supreme Court ruled, legal analysts speculated that the justices would want to demonstrate unity by issuing a unanimous opinion rather than a split decision. And that appears that's what they tried to do by labeling the main opinion as a per curiam, which means for the court. This meant to say that the court is speaking as an institution rather than as individual justices, and it's not public who wrote the majority opinion, although it's pretty clear it's Justice Roberts. But this isn't really a per curiam unanimous opinion. Justice Amy Coney Barrett wrote a 2-paragraph concurrence in the result while disagreeing with the majority's reasoning. Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, and Brown-Jackson wrote an opinion concurring only in the result. Their opinion excoriates the majority opinion for going well beyond the issue presented in court. And legal sleuth Mark Joseph Stern quickly uncovered metadata showing that the minority opinion was originally called a dissent by Justice Sotomayor. So first, let's talk about what the justices did not decide. The court did not decide whether Trump's acts fit within the definition of insurrection. During oral argument, Trump's lawyer, Jonathan Mitchell, said it was a riot.
The events were shameful, criminal, violent, all of those things, but it did not qualify as insurrection, as that term is used in Section 3.
Now, of course, that sounds bad, but because the court ruled that Colorado didn't have the power to disqualify a federal candidate, the court did not need to rule on this issue. Okay, so let's talk about what they all agreed on. The 9 justices agree that, quote, states have no power under the Constitution to enforce Section 3 with respect to federal offices, especially the presidency. All 9 Supreme Court justices agree that the states have authority to enforce Section 3 as it applies to candidates for state offices. However, states can't disqualify offices for federal offices. This unanimous part of the decision was telegraphed pretty heavily during oral arguments. Here's Justice Roberts and Kagan during oral argument.
It seems to me you're avoiding the question, which is other states may have different views about what constitutes insurrection. And now you're saying, well, it's all right because somebody, presumably us, are going to decide, well, they said they thought that was an insurrection, but they were wrong.
Why should a single state have the ability to make this determination, not only for their own citizens, but for the rest of the nation?
Because Article 2 gives them the power to appoint their own electors as they see fit. But if they're going to use a federal constitutional qualification as a ballot access determinant, then it's creating a federal constitutional question that then this court decides, and other courts, other states, if this court affirms the decision below, determining that President Trump is ineligible to be president, other states would still have to determine what effect that would have on their own state's law.
Their point is that if individual states were allowed to disqualify a presidential candidate, then the process of electing a president could be chaotic. Republican attorney generals filed an amicus brief arguing that they would probably disqualify Democratic candidates out of revenge, so this threat is real. A handful of states really could determine the outcome of an election by disqualifying candidates. Of course, this is already the case. America elects its president using a process that no other democracy in the world endorses via the Electoral College rather than the popular vote. And the fact that only a handful of states determine who becomes president is kind of baked in. But the justices are correct that if individual states were allowed to disqualify a presidential candidate, then the process becomes extra chaotic. The court's decision concluded that the 14th Amendment does not explicitly delegate the disqualification authority to the states. Now, arguing if you have to argue to the Supreme Court that you should be on the ballot despite potentially being an insurrectionist, you'll want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've suffered an injury or death in the family, gotten in a car crash, or are dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. It's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can get the best representation and find out what your options are. So just click on the link in the description for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. So click below. The entire purpose of the 14th Amendment was to restrict state power after the Civil War, so it would be incongruous to allow states to disqualify federal candidates. Quote, there is little reason to think that these election clauses implicitly authorize the states to enforce Section 3 against federal office holders and candidates. Granting the states that authority would invert the 14th Amendment's rebalancing of federal and state power. So the court believes, as Justices Roberts and Kagan said at oral argument, that this would result in a patchwork of ballots all across the country, where some candidates appeared on the ballot and some did not. And this is technically true, and potentially worse than the status quo, but we already have a situation where the ballots are not uniform in all 50 states. Some presidential candidates like Robert Kennedy Jr. and Cornel West will only appear in a handful of states. The current electoral process is not exactly immune from post-vote chaos. We witnessed what happened in 2020, and chaos has also at times reigned in the Electoral College. See the elections of 1876 and 1824 if you're bored. And if the decision had stopped there, it would have been pretty much what everyone predicted, an efficient way to preserve the status quo, and it would have been a truly unanimous decision. But the majority went further to address some questions that the other four justices said were not before the court. For example, whether its decision applied to offices other than the president, and whether Congress had to pass legislation. Justices Roberts, Thomas, Alito, Gorsuch, and Kavanaugh ruled that only Congress may enforce the insurrection clause against federal candidates. Congress can set up a procedure to disqualify someone. Since that procedure does not currently exist, then no one can be disqualified until it does. And if Congress did pass a law disqualifying someone, it would, of course, be subject to the Supreme Court review. So let's talk about what they vehemently disagree with. Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, Jackson, and Barrett agree with the result, but they say that the federalism argument is, quote, enough to resolve this case. Part 2B of the opinion is the only section of the majority opinion that has the approval of more than 5 justices, and that's only because Justice Barrett joined in it. But even Justice Barrett thought that it went too far. Quote, it does not require us to address the complicated question whether federal legislation is the exclusive vehicle through which Section 3 can be enforced. So on the issue of whether the states can enforce Section 3, the majority opinion garnered roughly 5.5 votes, I guess. Now, there haven't been many cases interpreting the insurrection clause. As I discussed in my first video on the Colorado case, a Supreme Court justice has only opined on it once. Chief Justice Chase was acting as the circuit justice for Virginia in 1869, and in that capacity, Chase decided a case called In re Griffin. In that case, Caesar Griffin had been sentenced to 2 years in prison for assault by a state judge who happened to be a former Confederate officer. Griffin argued that the judge was disqualified under Section 3 and that it was self-executing. Justice Chase disagreed. He held that the legislation by Congress providing for removal was necessary to give effect to the prohibition of Section 3, and without such legislation, the judge was entitled to continue in his position. Although Griffin's case was not a Supreme Court case, the majority in the Trump case found it very persuasive. The majority opinion notes that, quote, Chase went on to explain that to accomplish this ascertainment and ensure effective results, proceedings, evidence, decisions, and enforcement of decisions, more or less formal, are indispensable. Therefore, the Constitution empowers Congress to prescribe how these determinations should be made. Now, this was a different position than Justice Chase had taken the year before in the Jefferson-Davis matter. Chase was Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, but he was also running for president as an anti-slavery Republican who was trying to win the Democratic nomination, which entailed being friendlier to ex-Confederates. Historians say that his decisions as Chief Justice were driven by political expediency, and the liberal justices rejected the holding of Griffin's case, holding it, quote, a non-presidential lower court opinion by a single justice in his capacity as a circuit judge. And they very much disagree on implementing legislation. The majority held that only Congress can implement Section 3, and they must do it by passing legislation pursuant to Section 5 of the 14th Amendment. Congress has passed such legislation before. In 1862, it passed the Confiscation Act of 1862 and the Enforcement Act of 1870. The majority implies that these statutes are no longer in effect, so as of right now, no one can be disqualified. And this opens the door for people who were involved in the January 6th riot to run for federal office, and some of them are planning to do so. And this decision might leave the door open for Couy Griffith, who was convicted of trespassing during the January 6th riot. The New Mexico Supreme Court then disqualified him from running for federal and state office, and Griffith is appealing his disqualification to the Supreme Court in the hopes that the Trump versus Anderson precedent will help his cause. And although New Mexico can arguably still bar him from holding state office, Griffith is hoping that the court's decision will give him a chance to run for Congress. And Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson acknowledge that the historical record is mixed, but they accuse the majority of distorting facts. For example, the majority opinion says that Senator Lyman Trumbull, one of the authors of the 14th Amendment, thought that Section 3, quote, provided no means for enforcement in itself. But that wasn't Trumbull's only statement on the issue. Senator Trumbull also said although Congress could pass a law that would provide a, quote, more efficient and speedy remedy for disqualifying a candidate, in his opinion, the 14th Amendment was self-executing. And they disagree about the other clauses of the 14th Amendment. The liberals emphasize that the majority's ruling is inconsistent with how the Supreme Court interprets other clauses of the 14th Amendment. For example, basically all of the other rights secured by the 14th Amendment, like equal protection and freedom from enslavement, don't require Congress to pass legislation in order for them to exist. Quote, similarly, other constitutional rules of disqualification, like the two-term limit on the presidency, do not require implementing legislation. And perhaps the strongest argument of the dissenting voices is also the simplest. It's the textual argument that since Section 3 says that if the disqualification exists, then Congress can lift it with a 2/3 vote. You can argue that this means that Congress has just one role, and that's lifting the bar. The liberals say that giving Congress the ability to remove the bar by a supermajority doesn't make logical sense if they must first impose the bar by a simple majority by passing legislation in the first place. Quote, Section 3 provides that when an oath-breaking insurrectionist is disqualified, Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. It's hard to understand why the Constitution would require a congressional supermajority to remove a disqualification if a simple majority could nullify Section 3's operation by repealing or declining to pass implementing legislation. Even petitioner's lawyer acknowledges the tension in Section 3 that the majority's view creates. And while I find this argument persuasive, I think it also hints at some hypocrisy of the liberal justices. Because if Section 3 is self-executing and doesn't require implementing legislation from Congress, then there's no reason for the justices to sign on with the outcome of this case and make it unanimous. It looks like all 9 justices wanted to reach this particular outcome, regardless of how they got there. But the justices do disagree about whether the issue decided was even before the court, and the liberals take issue with the majority's decision to consider questions about what Congress is allowed to do, since that issue was not quite before the court. Quote, although only an individual state's action is at issue here, the majority opines on which federal actors can enforce Section 3 and how they must do so. Their concern is that the majority acted like a legislature. Quote, the majority announces that a disqualification for insurrection can occur only when Congress enacts a particular kind of legislation pursuant to Section 5 of the 14th Amendment. In doing so, the majority shuts the door on other potential means of federal enforcement. We cannot join an opinion that decides momentous and difficult issues unnecessarily, and we therefore concur only in the judgment. Now, there were probably worse ways for this court to make this decision. For example, we can probably be glad that the court did not rule that the president isn't an officer of the United States or that the presidency is not an office under the United States. And there's no text explicitly saying that the states can't disqualify candidates for federal office, but Section 3 is so vague that the court pretty much had to make it up, which is why the 9 ruled that it was just too risky to disqualify Trump. And what's interesting is this ruling on Trump's eligibility has been covered extensively by over 500 news outlets. 29% of the reporting comes from the left and 25% is coming from the right. And if you compare the headlines, you'll start to see some interesting framing emerge. On the left, you have outlets putting constitutional arguments at the forefront, while on the right, news outlets emphasize that the decision was unanimous. These word changes are subtle, but they play a big role in how readers perceive this story. The first set of words might call the ruling more into question, while the second set of words suggests a sweeping victory for Trump. Now, this is all possible thanks to today's sponsor, Ground News. It's so important as we head into the election season because we need to be able to separate the facts from the noise. And they just launched their 2024 election page where you can learn more about the candidates and sort the news coverage by key voting issues. You can see which issues are dominating headlines on a minute-by-minute basis and see specific election-related blind spots to make sure you're not missing out on important stories. Because we all know that this election season is going to be tense, so it's important to find ways to stay grounded and make sense of the chaos. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the sources reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. Ground News is a fantastic tool for sifting through the daily misinformation and bias. They provide all the tools you need to be a critical thinker, and I cannot recommend them enough. And what's great is that right now they're offering an exclusive 40% off of unlimited access to all Ground News features, including the new election page. And with the sale, the subscription works out to less than $5 a month, or you can start with their Pro plan, which is less than $1 a month. And you can only access the discount through my link. So click on the link that's on screen right now or down below and get 40% off of Ground News and support the independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent. And after that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
Listen closely. Do you hear this sound?
I think it definitely falls in the realm of like auditory uncanny valley.
Wait, no, yep, you screwed up here. I went looking for this.
All right, so it's been a few weeks since last.
Thank you, Legal Eagle. Thank you, Force Gaming, for the extra content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. It's a Force Gaming with Last Epoch ruined everything for me.
I've been playing pretty consistently over that time, basically getting in a few hours each day in between playing other stuff. Really not been in a rush to accomplish anything in particular. I haven't felt the need or pressure to like reach max level as fast as possible and clear through all the end game. Just really haven't been all too bothered. Just enjoying playing the game, really. I've been steadily leveling my Falconer while hopping on alts here and there in between when I want to do something other than grinding monoliths and praying for best in slot drops. And while I will say I do feel like things are slowing down a bit in terms of my motivation to keep on grinding, I will probably move on from the game soon. Lots of other stuff I want to play right now. But all in all, I gotta say I have really enjoyed my time with Last Epoch these past few weeks. It does a few things very well, in my opinion, that I think other ARPGs and just other loot games in general could really learn from and take into consideration for their own games or for future games or whatever. Really just another great example of the benefits of competition in any genre. Here are a few of the things in particular that I think Last Epoch does really well that I've really enjoyed. So first, there's the end game, which in Last Epoch, this consists primarily of grinding these things called Monoliths of Fate. These are broken up into these different sections, areas that are themed around these alternate timelines. And when you begin a timeline, you start at its center, and then you move your way outward, progressing from one echo to the next. Each echo is kind of like a mini dungeon. These normally take just a few minutes to clear, and usually you'll have to complete some sort of basic task, like kill a bunch of enemies until you reveal the boss location, then go kill the boss, or destroy various structures that are spread across the map, or go to and defend a particular location from a few waves of enemies. But what I find interesting here is that each one of these echoes actually come with their very own bonus reward category, and you see that ahead of time. So before you enter an echo, you can actually tell what sort of extra loot you're going to get at the end. This could be a particular gear slot, piles of gold, bonus experience, crafting resources, or keys. And the Monolith timelines aren't just a single straight path, but multiple paths with dungeons, which are those echoes, branching in several different directions. So the end result here is you are moving in whatever direction you want based on the bonus rewards that you happen to be looking for. So if I'm feeling like I'm low on gold, I can keep progressing towards echoes that reward extra gold at the end. Or if I want to level
This is
faster,
boring me. I know I don't like this game, and I'm going to get off it.
What's up?
Thank you, some ordinary gamers. I've liked and subbed to your channel. I can't believe they're trying to fucking to ban TikTok. That's insane.
Boyos, seems like that TikTok ban's moving a little bit forward, ladies and gentlemen. Now, a couple days ago, I talked about this TikTok ban as if, you know, there was something that was going to actually happen. And, you know, for me, I like to look at these things as maybe they're just going to be stopped down the road because there's always way too much money down the line. But today I'm going to put a little bit of the tinfoil hat on with respect, and we're going to look into this going forward. Now, obviously, if you've been following today, literally it got passed. The bill that we were looking at a few days ago passed in the U.S. House by a vote of 352 in favor and 65 in opposing. And now it goes to the Senate, where who knows what'll happen. It still is a chance for it not actually going through. But of course, other aspects of the U.S. government has basically said, if the Senate gets this through, then boy, I'm signing that thing into law. Old Biden's doing it, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna happen. Now, for anybody that's wondering how something like this can pass through so quickly and why it's almost being pushed through with rapid speed, well, that's because TikTok is now considered a national security problem. In fact, it's basically been considered a national security problem for like 2 years now that I've been covering this whole topic. And the reason for that is pretty honest and upfront. It's an application that's headquartered in China, ByteDance, the parent company. And if you know anything about Chinese law, at any given moment, the Chinese government can basically walk up to your door and say, buddy, give us all of the data. We want all of it. Now, imagine you're an American person and all of a sudden you're just sitting there minding your own business. Another country can basically grab whatever information they want off of you. It sounds creepy, and it is. Now, the reason why this is scary is if politicians, possibly, really important people in the country actually have this application installed, and the kind of information they give up is sent over to, that's the stuff people are really careful of. That's where the whole national security spooky stuff comes out of. Now, obviously, I have a bit of a mixed feeling toward this law. Now, part of me is totally okay in the fact that banning an application like this, I have no sympathy. China is a country that bans basically everything imaginable, all right? You can't fucking use Google there. You can't use YouTube. You can't even use Facebook. Dog, you can't even do the most basic things. Try loading up a match of Siege, type in Tiananmen Square, already banned before the word is even sent. It's wild. The Great Firewall is insane. So for every application that the Chinese government bans, I really don't care if on our side of the world we start banning their tools as well. I get it. I understand. This is why any retaliation from them actually has no bearing. You've already banned everything. Even no matter what rumor comes out by them saying this ban will be really bad, there really is no actual equivalent response they can give. All they can really do is start banning actual American companies that operate there, maybe like Apple or something, which, I don't know, maybe things can escalate, but that's the kind of world we look at. Now again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back to this bill, because I think it's important to cover this. Now obviously, this bill's most important section is it's called the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act, right? Now, of course, if you look into it, just a quick summarization, what this act will do is it'll basically make it unlawful for any entity to distribute, maintain, or update the distribution, maintenance, or updating of any of these applications. So if you're Google or you're Apple and you're running the App Store or the Play Store, or if you're any American company running an app store, you cannot distribute TikTok or facilitate the maintenance and update of it. Basically meaning that unless you have the application already downloaded to your smartphone, you will not be able to re-download it again if this law actually ends up passing and going through. Now, again, it also means that providing internet hosting services to enable the distribution, maintenance, or updating. So if you're somebody that's a cloud provider, meaning that you're Amazon, for instance, right, selling the server space for them to use, or Oracle, or anyone, then you are automatically barred from actually providing your services to a foreign adversary-controlled application. That's also how this works. And again, when they talk about covered companies in this, what is really being discussed is any entity that operates, and this is incredibly vague, they operate directly or indirectly through any parent company, subsidiary, or affiliate. So even if TikTok has a US company, if your company is owned by a Chinese company like ByteDance, you're also covered under this. And if you're running something like a website, which is very broad, a desktop application, very broad, a mobile application, or augmented or immersive technology applications, meaning you're using something like the Oculus or the Apple Vision, you are basically disbarred from being used, all right? And again, they provided exact specifications, so basically applications that permit you to create an account or profile to generate, share, and view text, images, videos, real-time communications, basically social media. And of course, if your application has more than 1 million monthly active users, with respect to at least 2 to 3 months preceding the date on which the relevant determination of the president is made pursuant, yes, effectively if your application is sizable enough, which TikTok is well beyond 1 million. You're looking at about 50 million Americans using TikTok on basically a monthly basis. It's actually insane. That's almost half the country that this application has direct access to. So when they talk about foreign adversary-controlled applications, what they refer to is obviously ByteDance Limited, TikTok, and a subsidiary or a successor of any entity. But also B is a covered company that is controlled by a foreign adversary and that is determined by the president to present a significant threat to the national security of the United States. Now, in the last video when I talked about this, I mentioned Temu, and it wasn't a joke that I mentioned Temu, for instance. Temu and Shein are other popular applications from China, which have broken the US market. They've been into the market. They have basically become serious competitors to Amazon, for instance, right, in the whole e-commerce space. A lot of people have downloaded the Temu app. You've probably seen advertisements from your favorite YouTubers pushing Temu, making Temu haul videos. And that has caused millions upon millions of Americans to download this application and have it on their phone. And they're putting their money into it, they're buying all their doodads and whatever. Now, the reason why these kind of laws freak me out is being a country, being North America, where a lot of our nations rely on things like free expression and free speech, and if you're an American, that First Amendment is very important. You have the ability to practice your speech without the government really imposing on it. There are very, very, very minimal exceptions where the government can actually jump in, where lives can be, I guess, threatened and whatnot.
You've
But
been examined.
for the most part, you have free speech and your free expression. Banning applications that allow you to participate in your free expression, social media, is kind of a touchy legal subject, and I kind of wonder how this will be challenged in the court of law going forward. I also believe that for the internet being as free and open and, censor-free as possible, we live in an ideal location. If you live in the United States, your internet access is about as uncensored as it's going to get. There are parts of the world, like China for instance, where the Great Firewall prevents you from accessing key information that can actually be critical of the party regime in that nation. There are other countries where, things like adult content is banned. Even if you are somebody over the age of 18 and you want to access things for your own personal viewing pleasure. There are websites and forums that may be critical of certain regimes around the world that are banned underneath those governments because they don't want people getting access to the truth about some of their atrocities and whatnot. You get what I'm saying? There is censorship around the world. When you live in a country like ours, the US, even in Canada, even in Mexico, the internet is about as free and open as one can expect. Laws like this, where applications are now starting to be banned, threatens that level. I mean, in a way, it's kind of like censorship in a way, too. If you look at applications like Temu, tomorrow that could be considered an actual national security threat because it probably siphons the same level of information that TikTok does. And that same level of information could potentially be grabbed by the Chinese Communist Party. And that alone is another bit of fear that the government can have. See, what this kind of a law does is it doesn't actually go against TikTok specifically. It allows the government to have basically a Trojan horse to target any application they feel exists that threatens the national security. Now, I mentioned tinfoil hats in the beginning of this video, and I really do think if you put the tinfoil hat on, I think this law has created more for the US government fearful of any other nation spying on its citizens that's not them. See, what TikTok is alleged to be doing is no different than what Facebook, Twitter, Microsoft, a lot of the big tech companies in the United States are also alleged to be doing, which is spying on their people. You see, if you download any application to your smartphone, there's a pretty healthy chance that a lot of information that it doesn't need is unnecessarily grabbed and sent off to a big server. See, data is the most valuable resource in today's day and age. Not one data point, but millions of data points around the world. When you can amass millions of these points, you can actually figure out how to manipulate people around you. It's like the world of Metal Gear Solid 2, right? Like Metal Gear Solid 4. Once the Patriots AI has access to millions of data points and the feel of how society reacts, you can manipulate things like elections. You can manipulate the health, the mental faculties of society around you. If it sounds like an insane thing that I'm saying, no, really think about it, right? Like, imagine if you wanted to push a certain conspiracy theory, if you wanted to push a certain dialogue in the world. Having direct algorithmic access to what people see on their feeds is the most important thing. Again, really think about that aspect. And this is one of the things I think the US government fears the most. Because if this is a situation about national security and caring about your privacy laws, they would actually pass a data privacy law instead of just outright banning TikTok. There's a lot of ways to do this, and this seems